What I'm going to do is I'm just going to very briefly introduce them because their bios are in the program, but also you can go down a Google rabbit hole on all the things they've actually done in their careers and the different sectors they've touched. But in order of presentation, Alison Arieff is editorial director of SPUR, the Urban Planning and Policy think tank based in the Bay Area. She's also contributing opinion writer to the New York Times, as well as a writer for Wired, Politico, City Lab, and many other presentations. She was senior content lead for IDEO. She was senior editor at Dwell. She was also at Random House, and she's a lecturer at UC Berkeley in the Real Estate Development and Design program. Next is Bianca Wiley, who has a dual background in technology and public engagement. She's senior fellow at the Center for International Governance, Innovation in the Global Economy program, and she's co-founder of Tech Reset Canada. She also founded the Open Data Institute Toronto and Civic Tech Toronto. Our third speaker is Nigel Jacob, who is the co-founder of the Mayor's Office of New Urban Mechanics in Boston. And prior to that, he worked at a series of technology startups and was urban technologist in residence at Living Cities. Brooks Patrick, account executive and global business development lead for Esri, specifically 3D GIS. He's also a landscape architect and an urban planner. And then finally, Vicente Guayart works at the confluence of architecture, nature, and technology. He was the chief architect of Barcelona City Council up until 2015. And also the founder of the Institute for Advanced Architecture of Catalonia, IAAC. He's the author of many books, but the most recent is The Self-Sufficient City. So I'm going to invite Alison up first to give a presentation, and I think these are all actually in order.
This is my talk. It's called People, Not Cars. I'm going to get into a boxing match with Josh lately, but I don't believe that automated vehicles can save cities, and I'm going to tell you why. So this is what streets used to look like in the 1900s. There were people walking and riding bikes, horses, pushcarts, even horseless carriages. It's chaos, but it works because no single mode of transportation is privileged. If you look at that same street today, it's designed primarily for cars. Cars, cars, more cars. Enter the autonomous vehicle. It's one of the most talked about solutions to a host of urban problems. It will change the city, it will transform the way we live, it'll get rid of traffic congestion, it'll eliminate CO2 emissions, we'll have cities filled with green space. But the reality is that AVs won't save cities from these problems and in fact could make them much worse. Okay, promise number one, AVs will reduce congestion by removing cars from the road. So I love this graphic. Doesn't matter what kind of car you are, you still take up the same amount of space on the road. There's all kinds of studies that many of you have probably seen about how Lyft and Uber, who are not driverless yet, but that is their ultimate business plan, are radically increasing the amount of congestion on roads. Promise two, AVs could help create more public space because they would eliminate the need for parking structures. Okay, this could happen, but raise your hand if you've seen any building project go forward anywhere in the United States that eagerly decided not to have a parking lot. Right. In fact, Apple headquarters, finished in Cupertino last year, has parking for 11,000 cars. That's approximately one parking space for every employee. It is true that zoning mandated this requirement, but it is also true that Apple could have definitely worked with the city to mitigate that parking requirement. So it's also extremely hard to retrofit a parking lot, as all architects in the audience know. Promise three, AVs will be shared, meaning there's fewer cars on the road. Americans love their cars. Also, we haven't quite cracked the code on car sharing. I did a Lyft share 2 days ago, knowing that I was going to still pay that cheap rate whether they found someone to share my ride or not, which is exactly what happened. So I took a $3 Lyft ride as a shared ride, but it's just me in the car. I think that there's a lot of bugs that need to be worked out, and it's going to be a really uphill battle to get people to remove themselves from being the driver and allow themselves to be the passenger. It's really a cultural shift that I don't think we've paid enough attention to. Okay, there's many more promises. This just scratches the surface. So our driverless future can be one where many transportations problems are solved, or it can be dystopia. I do believe we can get around it. We need to regulate how these cars and how all mobility, new mobility works in cities sooner rather than later. Ultimately, though, we need to be thinking about people, not cars. I asked the question to Josh about people because in too many of these smart cities, future cities, whatever, the emphasis is on the tech and about delivering efficiency and not about the human experience. People are super messy, not easily controlled by algorithm, and I think that we need to find a happy medium between tech and civic engagement that really acknowledges that far more than it has been thus far. So when we think about designing the future city, let's focus on moving as many people as possible. So these are recently published 10 strategies for a better transportation future from Spur. Going to just go through these real quickly because I know we have a lot of people on this panel. Don't wait for AVs for safety. There's a million things that we could do right now, some as mundane as lowering speed limits. Offer mobility to those who need it most. I have a 12-year-old daughter and an 80-year-old father with dementia, and there's 0 mobility services that are being offered to help me with either of those things, and man, I spend a lot of time working on both of those things. Design streets for fewer cars, not more. Manage curbs and their many uses, and set prices to encourage the conditions we want. I don't know why that's so large. Fund infrastructure. Did you guys all hear that Domino's has been fixing potholes, which is really not an infrastructure strategy that we want to go in? Make public transportation better. I would really like a Hello Kitty Shinkansen train, and I'm really mad that I can't have one. And deploy flexible transportation, and what is cut off from there is explore partnerships, public, private, and otherwise. People, not cars. Thank you.
Okay, so hi, it's really nice to be here. A few things before I say anything else. One of them is that I think I'm glad someone mentioned, Josh did too, but the environment, the world is burning right now. There's a lot of, that terrifies me. Secondly, I think the political upheaval we're facing right now in all countries around the world, hate crimes and scary, scary political realities occurring. All of these things mean that our time and what we choose to do with it, I think the urgency around what we choose to do with our time matters. And so I both respect that you're spending a bit of your time with me, and I also want to say if you need to get up and do something else, I'm not going to chase you down and ask you why you're not listening. I'm a bit of a mess right now. This is the 3rd city I've been in 3 days, and so I've been a bit rude and running around because my phone was dead. So anyway, having said all of that, that starts and connects to community engagement. I'm from Toronto. I've been participating to a significant degree in the Sidewalk Toronto project. And I want to say that the community capacity to respond to types of engagements like this is not high. People know how to organize around urban planning. They don't know how to organize around urban planning and technology. So let's just start with that. I think secondly, everything we're talking about today is deeply political. And if we skip over that step, we're doing ourselves a great, great disservice in terms of what we actually need to talk about and the opportunities and the challenges that are really vested in urban planning. My background, super quickly, are 3 things that matter. I worked in technology for 10 years, I worked in public engagement for 5 years, and I worked with data and doing data advocacy for 5 years. So those are sort of the areas from which I speak. Another important part of my life right now is that I live in Canada, and we're undergoing something that we talk about more than we do, but it's reconciliation with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people in our country. The relationship to land is a significant element of urban planning. And so carrying forward with assumptions around ownership and relationships to land is also a mistake to entrench and accelerate at this point in time. So I really would like to set the table big and broad for the things that we're going to talk about today and talk about together. So I just got a few points. I'd like to say that I speak in a way to try to be constructive. I'd like to get to what to do about this stuff, but I think if we don't name some of our problems, we have a really hard time getting to solving them. So One of my biggest flaws in my thinking is, and I think it's well characterized by a saying I've heard lately, that nostalgia is poison. I have a grand nostalgia for a clean division between the market and the state. I will own that. I have a very, very clean, I enjoy that being clean, what the government does and what the private sector does. I enjoy all of those things being very clearly demarcated, but I think as Josh spoke to, that is blurring, and it is blurring fast. Data and technology is helping that blur happen, but it's been happening for a long time. But what I do think we can do together, if we want to think in a proper linear way for cities, is first think about how we want to live in our cities. What are the norms we want in our cities? What are some of the things that we want to walk back? We're very close to completing a surveillance state in a lot of our cities by accident. Not because anybody was really involved in that decision, but because that's sort of what's been happening by adopting technology without a lot of thought and democratic participation. So I think there's this wonderful opportunity to set guardrails and to go back before the 1990s and pick up on that trend that we had around the reality of civil engineering, the idea that math and science can inform amazing progress. You set that up, you organize that properly, then governments can procure solutions that they know are grounded in math and science and beautiful progress, like structures of the building we're sitting in right now. We can consider that history and think about it for digital infrastructure. What does it mean to ground the progress and the future of our digital infrastructure in the civil engineering kind of mindset? Definitely has problems, but I think there's something to pick up on there that we could revisit. We're not starting from scratch. The next thing I want to talk about quickly is process. I think what Josh spoke to often and is so true is that talking about process is extremely difficult because it's abstract, like data and technology, it's intangible. It makes for some very difficult conversations because everybody's looking for the there. What's the thing you're doing? What are you doing? But what I can say, and I think a bit of a challenge to Josh's thing, is that the intersection of urbanists and technologies, and that those are two different things that need to come together. When I hear those two terms, those are two immensely privileged, elite, generally white communities who have driven both of those practices. And to merge them and then be looking for engagement on them, I think is like really difficult, really, really difficult. You're talking about NIMBYs. NIMBYs in Toronto are white landowners. So they're a problem, but I mean, the problems go much deeper than just like the sort of general NIMBY thing. Like this is where I'm talking about power and sort of democracy when we talk about cities and how to engage people who aren't engaged. I used to run the public meetings for urban planning projects. There was not representation from many, many people in the city. We knew that. The reason that I think that really matters today, I don't know that we can expect people who are racialized, poor, and trying to stay alive also to be coming out at 7 to get some theater for engagement. I think this is where the strength of the institution is also extremely important. They are heavily problematic as well, and it's not an either or, but it's an opportunity for institutions to show up in their proper role. We can do that. So a couple more things. I think when Josh speaks, I hear a lot of things that I think are exciting. I also think if you close your eyes and listen, Josh also sounded like he was explaining how the government works. I find this very confusing for people when they engage. I think a lot of the way that Josh laid out the way Sidewalk is working would be the way that the government would really be working. And so it's, again, not an either or, but we need to look at some of the things. I think about Uber and the way that Uber landed in Toronto. This is reminding me a lot of this work right now where Uber was a problem, but because the cabs were also such a problem, it kind of became like, well, it's good anyway. I mean, this was a fiefdom anyway. I mean, this was corrupt anyway, or this was a problem anyway. And this is where I'm concerned about that because the implications, Uber is now technically regulated in Toronto. I take cabs all the time. This situation has not been resolved for labor. The situation has not been resolved for the industry, but it's regulated. But it's not really solved. And so I don't like this idea that we make changes about issues in a really urgent way. Democracy moves slowly. Authoritarianism moves quickly. Technology tends to be more on the quick side. But I think we need to think about what that means for civic engagement. Just last point, I think, or two. Well, I think on that one, I hear a lot of the ideas with this, what's the role of the public and private? And I think fundamentally this is a very political position again, is that some people look at the city government and they say, it's not working really well, let's do a workaround with the private sector. My head and my nostalgia is, if it's not working well, fix it. Our democratic institutions are in decline over many decades. I don't think this is the time to accelerate more corporate influence on what is fundamentally a very political situation, which is the city and the way people live. That's, again, though, I know that is very fraught with nostalgia. I guess I will end on someone that I think about and watch a lot when I'm troubled and trying to figure out how to be hopeful, and that's Noam Chomsky. So Noam Chomsky was asked recently to remark upon the shootings in Pittsburgh. And what he did was take the history and the arc back 40 years and talked about how the economy right now is stagnant for a lot of people. And this is the responsibility of not just this administration, but many previous administrations. And this sort of tension and hate and fear that comes out of the human condition being in a stagnant way for 40 years sets us up for a problem, which I'll end on, which has been a big problem in Toronto, is that the economic development narrative of what innovation in cities means is driving the entire political operation. What it actually means for the people on the ground, the residents, the people who are going to live there, is a secondary narrative. That is absolutely not okay. And I can tell you, when I look at the government in Canada who's been working on this project, they're very excited to talk about Google will put its office here, there will be jobs, there will be innovation, which is important, but I think there's a linear element that we really need to remember, which is what does a democratically informed situation look like in terms of how policies and laws need to evolve to incorporate people's views in technology, and then let's procure a way. I'm fine with that. Set up the guardrails and let's do the procurement and let's innovate. Private sector has tons of space in here, but I really think that doing these things concurrently increases the likelihood that we're going to be making some really anti-democratic decisions. So that's my story from Toronto, and I'm happy to speak to all of you and get your thoughts and advice on what to do.
Great. Thanks very much for inviting me. My name is Nigel, and I run an organization called the Mayor's Office of New Urban Mechanics, which is in Boston, which is our approach to civic innovation, which I want to talk you through. So the idea comes from this guy. This is my original boss. This is Tom Menino, RIP. He was the person, so when he was first elected to office in '94, he was called by the Boston Globe the urban mechanic because of his obsession about the day-to-day quality of life issues of city living. And when he decided he wanted to create an innovation team, he'd never, I don't think he ever said the word innovation. But when he was going to try to create a change team, it was pretty obvious that it would be based around his approach to people-centered government. And that was the origin of the Mayor's Office of New Urban Mechanics. Luckily for me, our new boss, Marty Walsh, who has been in office for a few years now, has the same basic vision about innovation and transformation and change. It is very clear that, for us, innovation is about, we don't do definitions usually, but it's basically social innovation, right? We don't equate technology to innovation. We kind of innovation by any means necessary. So I want to talk you through a little bit about what we've learned. We've been doing this since about 2010. Some of the lessons we've learned about how to drive change, whether that's with technology or with paper forms. So the first one, how you build is just as important as what you build. Right? This is a nod to the importance of process, right? Process for our Canadians. If you're building even the world's greatest gadget and you're not consulting with the people that you purport to help, you probably are shooting yourself in the foot. Those people won't accept it. Number two, build things that people actually want or need, right? I mean, this is not the norm in government, right? Usually government builds what it knows how to build, and I think we have to pivot to a different way of thinking about our role. Number three, use technology to build trust. We've sort of talked a little bit about, Alison mentioned sort of the preponderance of people to talk about technology in the context of optimization and efficiency, and I totally agree that it dominates the discussion about how to use technology. I think a better use of technology is actually to build trust across constituencies. And then number four, to be delightful. I'll just leave it at that. So this is how we work, right? I'm not going to belabor this, but essentially this is our innovation funnel, right? So, lots of organizations, if you look on the web for innovation funnel, you'll find lots of these things. IDEOs looks kind of like ours, but ours is way better. It's basically these 3 steps: explore, experiment, and evaluate, right? So on the explore side of things, we spend our time out of the building, out of City Hall, talking to everybody that we can talk to, talking to community groups, to teachers, to parents, to whoever wants to talk, to researchers. And what we do when we're talking to all those people, we're looking for basically how we can scale and craft prototypes and experiments. And when we look at those experiments or those prototypes, we're looking for 3 things. We're looking for the potential for impact. How do we do things that have the potential to improve people's lives? Number 2, we look at projects that have the capacity for scale. Scale is a tricky one. I am a big believer not a big believer, but I think that sometimes things should be done once. Art maybe should only be done once, right? But at the same time, we are, whenever we can, we try to find things that have the capacity for scale, to go from 1 school to 200 schools. And then thirdly, we are looking for projects that even in principle can be prototyped or experimented. I mean, there's lots of good ideas in the world that are too expensive or too time-consuming to test in any way. And then, the last bit there is about evaluation and potentially scaling. There's a lot that could be said about this whole pipeline, but I'll say one thing I'll leave you with is, I think an important issue in this whole framework of whether it's technology or talking about innovation or change or transformation, it is somehow you have to manage risk and the potential for failure. And I think that's what we focus a lot on in Mayor's Office of New Urban Mechanics, that we work to where sometimes we call ourselves a risk aggregator, right? These other departments don't want to do risky things, so they can give it to us, and we can work with them. And if it fails, we absorb the blame. If it works, we share the kudos with them. I didn't know that was a phase. Build things that people actually want or need. So Boston is in the midst of a housing crisis, right? So it's a very expensive city to live in. There's lots of development. We're also going through a development boom in Boston, where we're building lots of $5 million condos. That doesn't help us out very much, right? For working towards providing adequate housing for the middle class and lower income earners. So one of the things what we've been talking about is the need to change zoning. And that happens both at the community level and the government level, right? We need to talk to people about shrinking housing minimal footprints, right? Is one of the things that we need to talk about. The challenge is, as people, historically, whenever we bring this discussion up, people think that we're talking about building tenements, right? The bad old days, like really small, squalid living. And so we can never get to the point of talking about like tiny houses. It's the whole thing, right? And so we decided rather, the Boston Planning and Development Agency, did lots of presentations where there was lots of numbers on their charts about how we need to change the minimum sizes and so on, and how that was, it was hard to push that change through. We decided rather than doing that, we would just build a tiny house. And the thought here was to build one and then drive it around the city to build support for smaller footprint houses. This is not exactly the house that we imagine being built, but it's an example to demonstrate to people that small can be beautiful. So there's the architect's rendering. There it is on City Hall Plaza. These are some of the folks that when we were talking to them about, could you imagine yourself living here? Could you imagine maybe your elderly parents living here? It was very much a community event. We would have kids running all over the houses and drawing on the walls and everything. Okay, number 3, use technology to build trust. So a few years ago, Boston was the first city, we think in the world, to create one of these 311 apps. Do you know what I'm talking about? So you see a pothole, you snap a photo, and it gets sent off to the teams that will do the fixing. That was basically the idea, 311. And so we started that in 2008. But we knew that if we wanted to make this a service that people actually want to use, that it would have to grow and change over time as people used it in different ways, right? It couldn't be a standalone product that just sort of sits there and never evolves like many government services, but we really had to make it a dynamic, changing system. So based on the feedback, and we made feedback a very prominent feature of the app, we got a lot of feedback from people, and we started experimenting with the platform. We tried a text version of the app. We tried a hands-free version of the app. We tried QR codes. Americans hate QR codes. We tried a regional version of the app, which was important because I don't know if you've ever been to Boston, but people are often in other cities, but they think they're in Boston, like Brookline, right? It's right beside Alston. You could be in, and you would never know. And so we wanted to experiment with that. But at the same time, our hope was, although these kind of technologies are very transactional, right? They're machines. We wanted to see if we could use this as an opportunity to build trust, right? To build connections between people. So we started doing some experimentation where, so the way it works is you see something that's broken, you snap a photo, you click send, it goes to the people that will do the fixing. They then fix the thing, snap a photo, and you get that back, right? So it's sort of a, you send something out and then you see it being fixed. What we started playing with was the idea that what if we included photos of the people that did the fixing, right? To demonstrate that your pothole was fixed not by the faceless bureaucracy of government or by robots, but by people, by Michael and Steve or whoever it was. And the hope was that would change the way that you think about the experience, right? That the government is an institution of people helping people. And so we were studying this question with some friends of ours at Harvard, and it turns out there is an effect, right? When we introduced those photos, we found that the total number of things that people reported went up, that the range of things that people reported went way up, and the effect lasted for 13 months. And so that, by nobody's definition, is a definition of trust, but it does suggest to me that, that we are changing the relationship between the public and the public sector, that people are beginning to change their expectations of what we do. And that is maybe somewhere on the low side on the continuum of trust. This is another, community meetings are the workhorse of democracy in a lot of ways, right? They happen every day in our city, and they're highly contentious, right? This is a picture, old white guy yelling at somebody, that I see all the time, right? When we go to community meetings, right? And he's pointing at somebody, too. He's like, you. This is not civil behavior, right? This is not civic in any way. This is somebody grandstanding. And this gets in the way of democracy, right? This gets in the way of substantive discussion about anything. And so we realized we have to do something about this. We have to improve democratic practice in our city. So we started to explore some new ideas. We developed a relationship with the Engagement Lab at Emerson College, which is a liberal arts school in Boston, but they think a lot about how to use games. This is not gamification, but how to use games to facilitate dialogue. I'm not a big fan of gamification, but we use games to enable dialogue in a safe environment between people. And this is actually an experiment that they did in Detroit a few years ago. And it's hard to see, it's pretty dark here, but there's a very broad range of people here talking, and I think I cut the photo, but there's a great photo here of like young people coming to the meeting because they were curious about how to use these games, and obviously like, young people at community meetings is not very common. Oh, there we go, there it is. Yep, this is an experiment that we did at a high school that we've got a high schooler there talking intelligently about some local issue, and all the adults at the table are listening closely. So the last one, be delightful. When I think about why it is that people either love or hopefully not hate, but love their neighborhoods, they don't use words like, my garbage is picked up 13% faster than the neighborhood over. People use qualitative language, right? They talk about delight, beauty, nostalgia, all these different things. And my sense is we should be doing the same in government, right? Government usually does not talk about delight, but I think we need to be delighting people in how we engage with them. And so this is an oldie but a goodie project that we did a few years ago. Actually, Rob, were you with us when we did this? I don't know. So one of the issues that we've been facing in Boston is Americans don't like, I can say this as a Canadian, Americans don't like to talk about infrastructure, right? Somebody else will pay for it sometime, somewhere, but not me, right? And so that's a problem. That's also a hindrance to democracy and community dialogue. And so we had the thought that what if we could change the nature of the discussion, right? Instead of sort of showing up with charts and red lines and black lines talking about the cost of everything, but that we could start at a very different place. So what we did is we partnered with a West Coast artist to build these things. These are called the Heart of the City, and basically it's about the size, about the height of a parking meter, and so you got the handles. And the idea is that you walk up to this thing, and we would put them in line with other parking meters, right? So you would be walking up, and you say, oh, this is a very weird parking meter. And so it's kind of self-explanatory to some degree. You walk up to it, you grab hold of it. Let's see if I have a picture. Yeah. And what happens is it samples your heart rate, and then plays music back to you in sync with your heart. And then we would, people typically would start dancing and jumping around, and they would experiment. They would say, oh man, I'm in a country and Western mood right now. And then they would jump, and they would be then like in a samba mood or a heavy metal mood or something. And then we would basically jump out of the bushes and say, can we talk to you for a few minutes about infrastructure? It was less creepy than that, but we did have clipboards. So I think another way to think about delight is in being less bureaucratic in how we describe things, right? I mean, government documents are horrible. They're not prose. I don't even know what to call it, right? It's as though it's been generated by the really badly written computer programs. And so a while ago, we wrote this smart city playbook because we were kind of pissed off at the way the vendors were approaching us, right? They were saying, oh, we know that your job is all about saving money, which it's not. If my job was about saving money, I would close schools down or something, right? But my job is about making life better in the city. And so, we kind of compiled the list of things that we were hearing from people, and we would direct this back towards the vendor world out there. And my favorite is the one about platforms. Platforms make us do this. For a few years, that's all we heard were platforms. And so the hope was that this would be a tongue-in-cheek way for us to give these vendors some insight into what we're thinking about and about their products and the way that we are thinking more generally. That's it. Thanks very much.
So hi, everyone, if you can hear me okay. So far, this symposium has been great. So thank you for inviting myself. My name's Brooks Patrick. My background is actually in landscape architecture and urban planning, and now I work at a big technology company. So I'm going to talk a bit about both today. For those of you who are not familiar with Esri, though, we build software for cities and those practitioners that work within them. And we've been doing it for about 50 years, well before I was born. And that building of software, it's necessary. We see that GIS is a fundamental system for applying these huge amounts of data that are being produced. And what cities are calling for, and regions and counties, is a more seamless flow of that information about location, the assets within that location, and the things within that location that will be essential for cities to be able to manage the timing and impact of programs on citizens in our increasingly densifying cities. And this is really to help solve some really fundamental problems faced not only in planning, but also responding to world events or environmental change or different economic pressures. So when we talk about GIS as a product, ArcGIS is what we build. Esri has built ArcGIS since the early 80s. It came out of working as a planning consultant team. Esri, as a company, actually stands for Environmental Systems Research Institute. So we've been an institute for a while. There are three main components of this technology called GIS. There's the system of record component. So this is the data management component that makes sure everyone has an ownership of their parcel, and the parcel is, this big with this many dimensions. There's systems of insight that are built on top of that allow us to perform analytics or different modeling and different allocation scenarios. And then systems of engagement, basically the sharing of that kind of data and the receiving back of different critical feedback. So how this looks, and I wanted to talk a bit about the implementation of this technology in the city. This is a federated implementation. What that means is that every single department or agency across a city, or even those that work in the general vicinity of a city, have their own specific missions. In police and public safety, you're looking at crime trends. Same underlying layers of data that are being used for managing parcel fabrics or planning and zoning codes. And what the technology is now doing is being connected through the web. This is being done dynamically. So you have many of these different individual entities with their own data that is being connected up and automatically replicated. And not only the data, it's also the maps and the applications that are the result of the individual agencies doing their own analytics, so that the planning department can go look at the crime trends of the police department. And that's just one simple example that would explain this. That centralization and opening up of data is also occurring, where we can not only open it up internally in the city for increasing efficiencies, which we've talked about, but also open that up to the community itself. And that's not only the data, but the processes behind the data to make that a bit more clear. So my team, we actually work with a lot of our existing cities. And I chose Boston because I knew folks would be here from Boston. So we actually go in and we talk to our long existing customers, and we talk about how to implement new technologies to address some of these challenges. And I'm particularly oriented in that planning space, although there's a lot of overlap. And what we've found is that cities are facing massive challenges, not only with data, which we've been talking about, and technology, but also with market forces and the 80 or so large development projects a year occurring in Boston. So what we've been building, at least in my team, is an approach, a software approach that could paint a picture, if you will, that we could have a holistic view of what's being built and what's being planned, and be able to engage these key stakeholder groups that we've all been talking about. For government, there's obviously the need to be able to communicate and plan. For citizens, it's about understanding. And we need to go past the Lego blocks and the string on the paper map. And for real estate, it's really about how do we have that negotiation with government in a lot of ways, and the citizens in a proper way, so that, right now the cities are having real estate developers come up with their fancy drawings that they've paid an architect, $50,000 to create in the pursuit stage of their real estate development process. And we need to have the government ready to receive those and have a set of technology to help support them in that negotiation. And with AEC, they're currently designing, whether it's a bridge or a building, in complete white space without context. So there's a lot to tackle here, but it's really a matter of collaboration and negotiation. So what we've been building is a tool. It's out in development, so it's not released, but we've been building this tool in cooperation with cities like the BPDA, but others, about 15, domestic and international, to have a web-based approach, because a browser is pervasive. Everyone has a browser on their mobile phone at this point. So we see this as a medium in which all stakeholder groups can participate. And we want to build into that a map that shows what's being planned and what's being built alongside tools to actually manipulate that at a scenario level. So there are three components basically to this system that we're designing. There's the projects, so what's being built. There's the plans, so what is potential or for the future. And then indicators that allow us to understand what's happening today, where is it suitable to maybe change, and then what's the impact of that allocation that might be done in a scenario or two. So I hate slides, so I just recorded a demo before I came here. So here's the 80 or so large development projects in Boston, overlaid with their different study area plans throughout the city. And so immediately what we want is just an overview of what's going on, and to be able to catalog those next to the indicators, such as population growth. So the 2D there, the heat map, is where people live today, and the bars represent the change by neighborhood. And because this is a web-based system, people can access it on their phones, but also the data underneath it can be coming from the city, it can be coming from Esri, if we manage this type of data, but it's connected, and that's important because usually when we have these maps made, they're static and they get old after they hit the print button. So this is the Dorchester Avenue plan. We worked with the BPDA on the types of tools that they needed to facilitate that conversation around not only what could be, but what is there today, and potential zoning change outcomes to get to a certain future. So we need these renderings to be less static. We need them to be dynamic so that we don't have the developer or the architect choose the perspective from which we look at these plans. We need to make them dynamic. In this case, what you're seeing is a copy of the city's zoning code. Typically, planning staff would have a GIS expert among them. But what we want to do is be able to very easily copy out a snapshot in time and manipulate zoning at the district level, but also at the parcel level. And a key component of that is looking at the parcels and the zoning and all other factors such as the vacancy on the lot, the age of the building, to understand what parts of certain neighborhoods or districts are suitable for allocating potential change. We want to do this very fast. We shouldn't spend weeks doing this. So this is what it looks like if you were to redevelop along the industrial corridor there with current zoning. And we can get a feel for the number of jobs that it might support if we were just to build big warehouses. But then we can also look at the different allocation of upzones, new building types, which have different uses. And in Boston, they have something called 21st century industrial, which is to preserve the ground floors of many of these new parcels with this flex space for that industrial heritage. And so if you were to allocate, for instance, higher buildings, the zoning doesn't allow for it unless you change the zoning. So we really wanted to approach this both from the side of the real estate developer, which says these are products, but also the side of the city, which says we want to promote certain products in certain areas, and we call them building types, and people actually live there. And so we wanted to build this tool that actually allowed you to make use of restrictions like zoning and allow you to actually build your scenarios on the restrictions themselves, but not be tied to them necessarily. And here you have building envelopes, so it's showing how high and how wide you can build off the street. And we can immediately see how those changes might impact the study area. So in this case, the building types themselves are usually localized. So when we're building tools like this, we need to represent all cities or all counties. And so we want to build it so that you can use it with any zoning code or any building typology and even propose your own. So we can easily have a conversation about what is 21st century mixed-use industrial with 2 floors of office and 3 floors of residential, and the potential for that to impact a certain neighborhood in a capacity for jobs and housing. But zoning is really there to promote projects. You're changing a zoning code in order to promote redevelopment or not in that case. But one such project, which is in the pipeline, would be Winthrop Square in the heart of downtown. So it's not only about modeling scenarios, but how do we judge those scenarios, and particularly if they're coming in through a permit, how do we review them for certain things like height or shadow cast? So Boston has a a shadow bank ordinance, which says you can't actually add shadow to the Boston Commons, which is their central park. So we use these tools to review these projects to make sure, for example, no shadow is being added, so that that negotiation can occur with the real estate developer, and those things can go through revisions faster. We can also just generally see what's going on and understand the impacts of all of the projects, in this case, on households, to have that conversation of where those projects are basically contributing to additional households throughout the city. So technology, basically, from our perspective, is the integration of data models and different software to basically provide a common environment for planning and design to occur. And what we see most often than not is that those are occurring transactionally against these city data models. And so you sort of have a picture of GIS on the left here, which is these are capital operations, or we basically operate our city. And then on the right there, you have projects that are occurring, capital expenditures, whether it's a new pipe or a new bike lane or a new building. And we want to be able to facilitate context to their projects, no matter if they're a building or a street, and also have that return trip to basically be the missing link for asset operations throughout the city. So with this in mind, Esri has actually taken a bold step to partner with an old adversary called Autodesk. So we actually have stepped into this partnership and actually looked at how to facilitate that, both at a data level, but also at a process level. So we've been integrating our technologies to the extent that the projects that are getting built now have context. They now have an understanding of their environment, both natural, built, social, and they can actually have better outcomes. And maybe the project will be cheaper as a result. And really to leave you and to summarize, I've polled a lot of my colleagues back at Esri, and there are really 5 core capabilities that we see actively shaping the future of cities. So I thought I'd list these out for you. But it's not just planning and design, it's analytics in general, and the application of data, and the system of engagements that we've been talking about internally in our government, and the ability to harness and use real-time information, and the more dynamic updating of data. And then finally, community engagement, and being able to not only open up data, but actually show them how to apply it for their own purposes of feedback and criticism of what's going on. So that's it for me. Thank you very much.
My name is Vicente Guayart, and today I will talk about 3 different positions that I had related with education, related with the fact that I was appointed chief architect of the city of Barcelona, and then I will show one project that we just did in China and is connected what we are talking today. So I always say that I was lucky because I studied in a very bad university. And that's why I was always traveling, talking to people, making drawings, and when I became adult, I decided that we should create a school, a center that is the Institute for Advanced Architecture of Catalonia, where we should give freedom to the students. We should create more like the place and the tools in order to invent the future, more than saying what is good and what is bad. And we did it in the year 2000 when there were the very early models of cell phones. So that means that digital technologies didn't exist, Google didn't exist, Facebook didn't exist, etc. And at the moment was a strong statement about how new technologies and information technologies could change the way we design architecture and we make cities. So with our students, we have been working like a group, developing technologies, learning. Our idea is learning by doing, and that's why we always wanted to have, we were teaching young people, but we were also developing technology, not only to design buildings, but to design the technology that will fabricate buildings. So that's why we are also we were the first Fab Lab, we were partners in a very early stage with MIT, and we have been developing digital fabrication from the early beginning. We fabricated this solar house in the year 2010. And our idea is that what we learned is that the digital technology should not be used just to switch on your oven before you arrive home, or in order that the fridge call the supermarket because you don't have milk. What we realize is that we should use technology to empower people, and we should use technology in order to follow this diagram. What we should do is that because we are connected to the world with knowledge, with economy or social networks, we should able to produce locally energy, food, and things. So that means what we should use technologies to empower the people and to empower the communities and to empower the cities. And obviously, if we are able to do this, this is a human-centric approach, we'll build a wall like that, a wall like the neurons, like the brain. By connecting small things, you can do something strong if things are able to exchange information. And obviously, we want to move from this centralized industrial way of making things to this distributed model to produce energy in the cities. So another project that we are developing now in our laboratory at IAC, now I am running a new program called Master in Advanced Ecological Buildings. We are developing in this forest campus one self-sufficient environment. This is a diagram from the year 2008 talking about how we can connect internet with energy, how we can produce energy stored in electrical cars, battery, or whatever. So these will be able to be produced using blockchain applied to energy. And I think that we are happy because there are some industrial companies like Tesla that is integrating the solar production, the electrical cars, and the battery. So we need to transform ideas into industrial development. And now, again, I think that the next big revolution will be related with how we apply the distributed model to run the world to many layers, including energy or including water, for example, in our buildings. So I wrote that book in the year 2011, The Self-Sufficient City. Internet has changed our life, but has not changed our cities yet. And somehow this was a very interesting moment because we were trying to merge the physical and the digital world. And the conclusion was this drawing that explained the anatomy of any city in the world. So technology is whatever. I mean, we had always technology. The wheel was a first technology. But now the question is how we can have an holistic vision about the design and the production of cities. The city, I could explain longer. We have the physical structure, information, and we have the people. And then the question is that we need to know who is running this new layer of information or interaction. Economy is another form of information. Culture is another form of information. And this diagram was fundamental because we helped Mayor Trias to become mayor of Barcelona, and was a kind of miracle is that I was moved from being general of the special forces of a small institute to run the regular army of the city of Barcelona. So that means to be able to, at some point, to manage 12,000 people that were working for the city council, and then we need to see how we apply some of the radical ideas to the city in the real sense. And then I remember that, this diagram, this is before the middle of the 19th century, and in the middle of the 19th century, the Industrial Revolution produced the steam machine, and then produced the steam train, and then the engineer Cerdà pushed for the demolition of the walls of the city, and then developed the master plan for the city of Barcelona. But not only this, he wrote the general theory of urbanization. He invented the word urbanism. The word urbanism was invented in Barcelona by the engineer Cerdà. And another thing that he developed was the section of the streets that were invented as a model. You know, the sections of the streets are the same today. They are the same today, what is really incredible. So that means that we have internet, but the transformation of the city didn't happen yet it's going to happen. We are exactly in the 1865 with the internet age. So many things will happen, and what is fundamental is the governance of that. I say that because, you know, he proposed the grid, like in New York, in order to say that every citizen is equal to others. All of them should have access to infrastructure, to mobility, or whatever. We should not make a hierarchical city, and the city should be public-oriented. We need to create the common ground floor for everyone, and that's why the public space is so important, because it's owned by everyone. So we have been building Barcelona, and still we are working on it. We had the Olympic Games. There were incredible projects developing the city, good public space, but this is another explanation about what is the internet model of a city. Centralized is the industrial model. Distributed is the internet model. If we imagine what is a centralized city, we can see Moscow, Beijing, or Paris, and what is a distributed city is this. It's a city that has many centers, and every center is a small walkable city. So the idea is that we should develop cities like that in a distributed model, because we will use many other ways to connect information and to connect many other things. And this is the explanation that this is happening. We have 43 markets in Barcelona. We don't have a central library. We have 47 libraries. So this is the way we are working in that direction. And another important way is that we are working in the public space. In the first presentation today was explained about what is happening what's happening with the cars. Yes, we'll have or will not have self-driving cars, but we need to start to remove space for cars. And then this avenue in Barcelona, we have bike, bus, few cars, and huge sidewalks. We have huge sidewalks. The sidewalks is the representation of the community where the people meet, where the people shop. So our idea is that everyone in the city should be able to walk and to connect over the city under a tree, with local commerce, with a bike, or with a bus. But the interesting thing is that you see this elevated highway. This was the last big mistake in Barcelona. We are also very good making big mistakes. So this was a super big mistake because someone copied the wrong model. Someone read a book about the park and ride and say, we should bring the highway here, do a parking, and the people will take the metro. But the bad news is that this was the center. You know what this? It was the center of what is supposed to be Barcelona. So that means that part of my work as chief architect was to say, no, if we are developing a more walkable city, we need to do some green space, and then the logical consequence is that part of our money was to demolish. So part of what you need to do in the city is to demolish things. If the model change, you need to invest in demolishing things of the past. In New York, you avoid with the 5th Avenue to make the highway, but here we didn't avoid, we did it. We spent 100 million euros to make the highway, 20 million to demolish. And I say when I go to India, if you want to save 120 million euros, go directly to the park. Don't make the highway and don't demolish in 25 years, because this is a very engineering approach to do it. So we did this because of the citizens, obviously, because there were some other political parties that didn't wanted to support, to invest in the demolition. Maybe we can do a high line. I mean, what the fuck? How we can copy the high line in the middle of Barcelona? What an incredible thing. And the truth is that we worked hard to convince the mayor with the citizens, and we did it. Another thing that we did was this merging of information and the public space. We were working with Cisco. By the way, every time one president of any big company came to Barcelona, I compared their budget and our budget. So the budget of Cisco president of Cisco company is 20 times bigger than the city of Barcelona. And I'm sure the budget of Google is 100 times. So the question is today, we are working in the wrong way. I mean, the problem is that cities, we need to do the innovation. And the problem is that if we don't do the innovation, someone will try to do for us. But what are we doing? Are we selling our cities or what? I mean, because they have really a big force. They have a great capacity to put things, to do whatever. And then cities should work in a network way. We should collaborate. We should learn from each other in order to progress. So here, what we did was to decide to bring Wi-Fi as another public facility, public infrastructure in the city. We did this, you see these cylinders. The same way we have light, we have trees, and we have water, and we have paving. We need to have information as basic infrastructure as part of the city. With sensors or whatever, but basically owned by the city and run by the city as a public asset. At some point, Fortune magazine said the most wired city in the world using some of this stuff. Again, we are talking with many companies, we learn a lot. We are talking with many cities around the world. And the way to do innovation, I remember some words from the chief of police of Barcelona. He told me, hey, Vicente, we are called the administration because our job is to administrate. If our work will be to innovate, we'll call the innovation. But we are called the administration, sorry. And then this is really what happened. So that means that the basic infrastructure of the city, the people, are conservative in general. But we can see that with Mayor Bloomberg or with others, we have seen really strong innovations in the city, the way, and then I think that this is the next challenge. It's not that we say the city, no, we are conservative. We are waiting to see how the self-drive cars will arrive. We want to do our own stuff. So just to finish my presentation, I'm going to show for first time, now that I leave my position as Chief Architect of Barcelona, I am running again my own company. I don't know if I will be able, oh. So someone told me, don't save, okay. Yeah, so I will show you, we just won a competition in China, and some of these ideas have been applied in a place like China. Shenzhen is the most dynamic node of the Pearl Delta River. The city has developed its economic centers in a decentralized manner, from west to east. Thus, the natural corridors between mountain and sea have been broken. This project proposed to rebuild the natural corridors while we implant a strong urban program to activate this central part of the city. The root boot project is a foundational process that emerged from the earth as aerial roots and builds the city as a chain of intelligent urban blocks. In the new CBD, we will create an open and flexible mesh with a central park that will allow to build a high-density mixed-use city with housing, offices, commerce, and services. On the streets, we propose to separate the private traffic that will be underground, creating more space for the citizens on the surface. The district has already metro stations and bus, but we propose to add a last-mile self-driving on-demand transport system with minibuses. Under the city, we will build a system of streets and parking for cars and logistics. The whole urban complex will be an ecological ecosystem and will include water recycling, blockchain of energy, pneumatic waste collection, and public Wi-Fi with sensors. Thus, a human and vibrant city of the future will be created. The central park of the Root Boot project will concentrate buildings for culture and for the advanced economy. The main icon of the district will be an artificial wooden mountain that will host big auditoriums, conference, expos, and hotel. The lake park will be regenerated as part of the urban green corridor and will create new forms of ecological leisure with eco-gastronomy and urban agriculture, sports within a multifunctional tower, and an environmental educational park for kids. The old roller coaster will be reused to host strong competitions and a magical show with water, light, and sound. The ecological corridor that will connect the mountain and the sea will be possible through the construction of light platforms that allow passage over the great avenues and highways of Shenzhen. On the mountain, an observatory will allow us to verify in a few years if all these projects were possible, and if we were able to invent the city of the future. Thank you.
Is for Vincente, which is, did you win?
Eh?
Did you win?
Yeah, we won.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, but while people entered today, we saw some presentation about technology. You know, in China, I had experience about, you are always recorded. And I had good experience and bad experience about what means that the government is controlling you. So here there is not a discussion about what is happening with the centralized or decentralized system, because there, the political environment is what is it. But here is different, you know? And here in Europe or in America, I think that during many years, we were defining where were the standard about the relation between democracy, politics, and urbanity, how we live, and what are the rules that we are creating for that. And I think that we are losing somehow this battle. I'm less optimistic now than when I wrote the self-sufficient city. But I think that the city, you know, is the representation of, for me, the cities are a miracle. I mean, if you look at city, why the people want to live together? Which are the rules that we create in order to live together? So these rules is something that we need to invent also for the new technologies. And we are not doing that. This is what is happening. We are not doing that. So we'll try to do our best.
Yeah. So I'm just going to throw out a couple of questions to the panel in general, and then I want to take it to the audience, because I know we have a lot of questions and not a lot of time. But I think I want to start with just this asymmetry between the public and the private in terms of expertise, access to capital, and maybe not some of the concerns about political will that the public has to face, the public side of that equation, in addition to sort of reconciling legacies of infrastructure, disenfranchisement, housing segregation, wealth gaps. And I think Bianca was talking about kind of creating a clear line between public and private. And I'm wondering what the thoughts on the panel are about how we shape future cities with our legacy conditions that were inequitable right from the beginning. An easy first question.
I can start. I mean, there can be a definite dividing line, but they need to speak the same language, at least in terms of how things are measured, how things are impacted eventually, so that a decision can be made off of the same basis of a foundation. But in terms of legacy, and I think, you know, building cities and neighborhoods from scratch is just like what was said earlier, is only going to be available for the biggest and best cities. And I think for what retrofitting is to architecture, infill is that to urban planning. And we can definitely consider it at a neighborhood level, but we need to think about the transactional nature of how cities develop over time, I guess. In that.
I loved what you had said about the nostalgia for the dividing line. I think we all have a nostalgia for public-private, church and state, all kind of divisions that are being blurred right now. I'm really, this is less a solution, but I'm very nervous at the tendency now of governments to kind of secede, like, okay, private sector, you take care of ambulances, parks. I mean, tactical urbanism is contributing to this. Like, on so many levels, the government is ceding control of things to the private sector, understandably so. And for me, I do have that nostalgia, but I also just I see that people are so fed up with government, and that governments see the shiny new thing, and the fact that so many governments throughout the United States are like, oh, build a Hyperloop here, do this here, without kind of exploring the rational basis or the fact that one's never been built, but go ahead, I'm sure it will happen here, that there's just this default to the shiny new thing, which right now is tech. And I think we're losing the whole idea of the social contract and the collective good in the process.
Yeah, I think I'm curious if urbanism is falling prey to the thing I see in technology right now, which is what I call sort of like, people talk about ethics in AI, and they worry about the implications of things. And I consider a lot of this twiddling at the edges, and this is why I talk about politics. It is deeply political to me that you need to have a political decision to invest in housing for people, full stop. I don't think you can twiddle around too much. And you can make, minor incremental improvements, and I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. But I think it's a mistake to look there as the out, when the actual out is political action to say to the governments in power or the opposition, we need housing for people. We need public, this is part of civil rights, access to public services, protect our institutions. And that's, to me, like completely political and not a technocratic solution, whether urbanist or technical.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the way that we've tried to work through this in our work is to realize that the asymmetry is, like, it exists along many different dimensions, right? And one of them is access to resources, is access to influence. And so the way that we think about it is, it's really easy for Verizon to call up the mayor and say, we want to do something, in exchange we'll do this other thing, right? Your average person doesn't have that capability. And so the way that we've thought about it is to reduce the barrier for communities to get things done, and to not necessarily reduce the red tape, because somebody at City Hall is actively producing red tape faster than we can reduce it, but to document the process. So, for example, if you want to do something, we have an Italian traditionally Italian neighborhood in Boston called the North End. And it turns out that if you want to get anything done there, there's one woman that you have to speak to, right? If you talk to Patty will make things happen, right? And so who knows that? Like, I know that, but I work at City Hall. And so I think there's a whole set of issues like that, where like what I find about local government is it's really baroque. It is, I don't think it's baroque, but it is baroque, right? Like, there's all these strange little things that happen, right? And I think part of the challenge is making those things translucent and to realize, oh, this is how you do that. It's crazy that you have to do that, but here's how you do that.
And you also have a lot of different methods of collecting citizen feedback, engagement in general. And the city of Portland, for example, does a great job of taking, whether it's an email or it's a community meeting and someone stood up and spoke, or it's through one of their surveys, collect it all together in one location to make it transparent, because no one's going to spend time digging around. It needs to be somewhat accessible when we make it transparent as well.
You know what? In Barcelona, like many cities in Europe, we have a very big problem now, because people are traveling so easy, and the tourism is booming. And then what happened is that no one expected Uber or Airbnb But then suddenly we had Airbnb, and what started to happen is that international funds or Chinese people or whoever is starting to buy apartments in the city, then the prices start to rise, and then the people that used to have rental apartments, they cannot afford that, they need to leave. So the question is, we need to create some rules, because if not, if we only follow the market rules, then this is the disaster. The cities become theme park. So the difference between Disneyland and New York is that New York has a mayor, and Disneyland has an owner and a general park. And this is what could happen in Toronto. They will have a mayor. I mean, so from my point of view, in Barcelona, they copy Amsterdam, and they say now we are going to have 30% of public housing in every development that we have in the city. So this is what is a city. It's a city that defines a government. You know, in Africa, do you know why they don't have streets? Because they don't have government. And in America, you have streets because you have a government, although you promote some liberal economy or whatever. So that means that if you have a government, you need to define some rules about answering what is happening. So from my point of view, the debate today is if we want to urbanize the digital or we want to digitalize the urban. What happened until now is that the Google, Facebook, whoever has been, Uber has been applying some digital rules without any kind of order, and there have been some interesting developments. I would like that the cities could do that. But from my point of view, in the same way that the government, the city or whoever, defines some rules, we need to apply the rules about this new interaction. And we are just at the beginning. We are really at the beginning. Nothing happened yet in the cities with the digitalization.
Yeah. So we talked, and Josh as well talked about community engagement, public engagement, and I'm wondering how we bring underrepresented communities into the conversation while also implementing the things that are necessary and not popular. And maybe I'll start with you, Nigel, but I want everybody, hopefully, to answer it. And this, I think, also gets to Brooke's presentation, which is, like, are there ways that we can harness some of the capabilities of, like, ArcGIS or some of the tools that you have for non-technical audiences to use or to create or advocate for those kinds of outcomes?
So it's a tricky one, right? The problem with technology is that you're always building technology for someone. The technologies that are built for everybody typically fail, right? Because they become like the hot dogs and beans for like if you ask everyone in the room and we have to agree on a meal, well, it'll probably be lowest common denominator, right? And so technology often is the same, where if you try to build it for everybody, you're building it for nobody. And so the challenge is not like ethnicity, socioeconomics, gender, all these things influence the way people think about how they want to be engaged. A lot of people distrust government for good reason, right? They've been systematically disenfranchised. So I think, frankly, I mean, there's no magic bullet here, but I think we have to be active in reaching out. I mean, local government has to be active in reaching out to the groups that we know are underrepresented. And I think that, an app, may not be the right solution. It depends on the context. It depends on the history with that particular group.
I will just share two good examples, I think, and totally non-tech related too. A district supervisor in San Francisco holds her weekly staff meeting in a local business, like a coffee shop or a donut shop in her district, and sort of invites anyone who's in the shop at that time to kind of talk about what's on their mind, which I think is great. I also heard of a transportation department that is holding transportation meetings on the bus, which I think is really brilliant and has the potential. If you think about it, well, that totally makes sense. So why couldn't you just figure out some kind of quick and easy intervention, like literally meeting people where they are? They're stuck on the bus, they're not going anywhere. Those are the best examples of that I've heard lately.
And Brooks, I'm just wondering, you showed that tool that looked pretty easy in the simulation, but I imagine it's incredibly tough, and you have to have
I would say for practitioners.
Yeah.
What we're focused on doing, and I mean, I would have to say it leans on what you were saying about tech for everybody fails. At Esri, we have something that we call first principles. And if we get those first principles right, then we can start to enable cities and the agencies within to start to repeat a pattern. And what we've seen most recently is just cities talking to other cities about patterns that they can repeat. And so they're never going to build a software in a city. But what they are going to do is implement a pattern of use of software, whether it's ours or someone else's. And to get to the question of what to do about groups that are underrepresented, first you have to identify where those groups are. And probably what needs to happen is just a prioritization of resources based on that identification of where we can make the most impact. I mean, that would be my take, the first step.
I have a couple of things. I think one of them, I was reacting, Nigel, when you were saying that the guy getting up and yelling was bad for democracy. I think that guy is critical to democracy. And I think even if he's wrong, what that shows me as a facilitator is that this guy probably didn't get if he was like a known guy who did that, he should have got a call before the meeting. It should have been like, hey, Bob, here's the agenda. You got stuff? You got a problem? And like it's a process solution to manage that. That makes you engage with the community before you get to the meeting. I think 80% of meetings at least are before the meeting. But to this question more directly around technology and engagement, I think we drastically underestimate how much education needs to happen for engagement. And I think technology presents wonderful ways to share, to teach, and to some of this modeling or to see different versions of how something might turn out. Thinking about it more as the one way, as the outbound kind of tech, not as the I'm going to go and enter questions or try to resolve things online through the tool. And the last part is that particularly for underrepresented communities, and I think what people forget at the city and what people forget in urban planning, the community is not in charge of everything. That doesn't make any sense. They can't come out twice a year and do good city planning. That does not make any sense. So you have to be crystal clear about what's on the table and what's not on the table. And when stuff isn't on the table and it's well informed and people don't have to have a meltdown because the affordable housing is already there, you've cleared your own path, right? So be clear and don't think everybody in the room is in charge. If someone yells at you, you say, look, man, this is in our planning. This is from the province. This is a growth plan. You want to yell all night about it, cool, it's not going to change. You want to change it, here's who you need to talk to, but it's certainly not in this process. So that kind of education piece and clarity on what that meeting is about gives agency to the right actors, I think, to be really, really precise about why they should be there and for what purpose.
Yeah. So I'm going to throw it out to some questions, but Brooks, you were going to say something?
No, I was just saying, to follow up, the reason why we're even considering looking at zoning in 3D is to increase understanding of something that is otherwise so abstract, it's not even a real estate developer can understand it.
Hello, my name is Gwen. I'm a dual master's student between the urban planning and urban design programs. This is in line with what we were just talking about engagement with disenfranchised communities. And is there a space with technology involved to offer a platform for more listening? So I'm thinking in respect to music, where people are already voicing concerns about their communities, or art or other non-traditional forms of engagement, and what is the role in your professions for that?
I guess just a couple of thoughts on that. There's his name just flew out of my brain. Who does prototyping? They literally just bring James Rojas. Sorry. Who just brings a bunch of, not Legos, but kind of stuff like that, and asks people to create their ideal space, whether it's, or what their ideal park would be, and people just sit down on a table is one way of just kind of seeing what people come up with and what sort of memories surface for them. And I also think the Civic Center in San Francisco, which is a project where in the 80s, they removed all seating from it to solve homelessness, and so everyone is just lying instead of sitting. They've been going through a multi-year, multi-agency process to kind of make it a civic place again, and it's a good one to check out because through public art and a new playground and hiring neighborhood ambassadors to be there, to put out seating, all these things, just continuous experiments with this very highly contested space, I think is actually resulting in some really good outcomes.
Do we have more questions? Dylan?
I got a question for Vincente. So I pretty much like your impressive idea that the government should take the lead in providing some innovative public service, at least at the local level. But I think Shenzhen is unique because Shenzhen has a strong state-driven public financing system. The government have the money and they can afford it. So my concern is, in some other cities, as we saw in US, some localities are facing public financing crisis. So what if they cannot afford providing those innovative public service? What if they have to pass it to private sectors? What's your opinion?
Yep. You know, one public, let's say, activity like transportation, you can run as a public entity, or you can give a concession. So that means some external company running for you for several years, or you can privatize. For example, in Barcelona, the energy is privatized. So it's a miracle, but this is what was done the government, conservative government some years ago. But you know, this is not the key question. The key question is that the cities doesn't understand that they need to work together to define standards. We were talking with Mayor Bloomberg to organize a competition, Barcelona and New York, in 2 specific sites, because we thought that if Barcelona, New York, Paris, and London define new standards about how to design housing, this will become global. We create an organization that didn't work very well. It's called the City Protocol, because you know how it's organized internet, who define the standards? The engineers. There is the engineering task force that they put together, and if IBM, Microsoft, or whoever, they agree, this becomes standard. So this is what we lack in the cities. We lack that New York, Barcelona, Paris, Melbourne, and some Chinese cities, they join together and they define standards. And then the companies will follow us. You know, when I was chief architect, I received a very important company, and they came and they said, I want to sell you some sensors because you are great, this sensor will solve you. And I said, you know what, I cannot believe that you are a great company, I am a great city, our conversation is a bullshit, you know? We cannot be, you should come here to define that you discover the rule of the anatomy of the city in order to reinvent how cities will work or whatever. But talking about stupid things. So the question is, we are not talking about these serious things. And then the other question is that the mayors, they are talking in small groups. They are not talking as a strong force. If so many cities join forces and define standards, companies will follow. Because today we don't have standards, companies, they do what they want. And if you say about the Chinese cities, it will be before or later, but if there are some standards, this will happen. The problem is that the technology is unified globally, and the cities, we are broken in small pieces.
We have time for 2 more questions. Maybe one back there and then Doug.
Oh
my God.
So just to follow up on Shenzhen, because it follows on that question. I had the pleasure of biking around that not so long ago, the city. It's quite a beautiful city. 2 points. There was a golf course shown in your perspective, not far away. That would be a place to build a public park or to develop. And the other thing we've learned here in Ann Arbor recently is building a park on top of a parking deck. You have a giant deck, doesn't work very well. You can't have big trees. You can't have hills. You can't have rolling grain. I would not make that underground garage complete. I'd have some areas where we have terra firma. Can you do that?
Okay, it must be in the list of big mistakes. We have a lot of them. So I cannot argue about the big mistakes because I agree with the 2 things that you say.
Yeah, good for you.
No?
I didn't know that either.
I didn't know.
I didn't
in
know.
fact, yeah.
We learned.
Look, foreign people sometimes have experience that we don't have.
Exactly.
So I want to test the panel's temperature on form-based code, form-based zoning. Is that a silver bullet like autonomous vehicles? Have places like Boston, New York, Toronto, Barcelona considered that?
Of what? I didn't hear
Form-based code, form-based zoning, where, so I'm an architect. I think in spatial terms. So it's not versus use-based zoning. Like you have your single residence homes here, you have your industry and commercial here. It's now thinking of
Design
along
guidelines.
this block there are 6 stories, and the first floor are typically retail and commercial, and then the next 5 are residential. Have there been thoughts about that in these different cities?
I feel like there's a lot of conversation around form-based codes. I think, again, just as AVs, like it's not a singular thing that's going to happen. I might argue that form-based codes could be much more transformational a lot sooner. Just to give one example, so many cities have massive retail vacancies right now, and I always walk down the street. San Francisco, most expensive city in the country right now, has like a 50% retail vacancy rate in Union Square. I'm just like, put housing in there, which you of course can't do right now. But there's like a lot of empty space in New York and all these big cities. And so I think you could move really quickly to do that. So I don't think it will solve everything, but I actually see a lot of potential in form-based code.
And Brooks does.
Well, when done well, form-based code is great. When done poorly, it's detrimental. So it depends on, there are tools out there to make these types of design standards for local communities, but they need to also be easy to update and be easy to evolve. So often they're put on in the paper, county or city votes on it, it's law basically. And those things don't change very often. But the way people feel about our urban environments change very often. And so it would need to also just build that, flexibility into it, into how it's implemented as a standard. Because standards are great when they work, again, but they're also a barrier sometimes to actually doing, something even better the next time.
So I think our panelists would probably entertain some questions outside of this because we're at our lunch break hour, but we're coming back around 12:30. And I want to thank them all for coming and sharing.
I've said, hi, my name's Rob Goodspeed. I'm a co-organizer of the event with Jeff Toon. And I've said to several people, I feel what this event will accomplish is a pent-up demand for further discussion and collaboration, that we're leaving you overwhelmed with things without a follow-up. And in fact, that could be a success if it generates future collaborations and interest in future conversations. So I wanted to, this session, there are a series of lightning talks. I've threatened them to use a true Ignite format where the slides advance automatically. But it turns out academics aren't experienced in this format. And so in light of that, what we'll do is roughly the time will be the same, but we're allowing them to advance their own slides. We're very against robots doing things when we want a human touch, it seems. And what I wanted to do to briefly open this session is give you just a very brief kind of taste, like why am I fitting in here, and some of the ways that I think about these issues, just to kind of interject a couple ideas. And so here's how we're going to go. I promise it's brief. It's really, I think, what we've realized and maybe already knew is that no one party or entity shapes cities. And even seemingly blank tabula rasa sites, whether it's in Toronto or in China, are actually swarming with multiple interests, regulators, governments, et cetera. And so this is the way that I view cities. It's not a normative statement, it's just the reality. And so I think we need to plan cities in a way that align with how they actually work. And I think another kind of element of this is that how cities are shaped, it's often through abstract mental conceptualizations. What is a problem? What should the objective of design be? How do we even represent something like a building? And so I think we can appreciate this perspective is not the natural or historically traditional one from disciplines like engineering, architecture, and technology that I think too often presume a kind of top-down positivist view, only to then be surprised or discover what they already knew, that wasn't a sufficient kind of perspective. However, it is actually the logical starting point for a body of thinking in urban planning that's been around for quite a while, known as collaborative planning theory, that I'm a proponent of and participant in. And I think it has epistemological and practical implications. And one of the practical implications is that no field has a monopoly on urban knowledge, and that we should expect every field field to engage in how cities operate in different ways. And therefore, maybe to innovate in them, we need to be bridging between different fields, different perspectives. And so this is my awkward pivot to, so of course, this could lead off into a practice discussion. How do you collaboratively plan a smart city, or has it been done? But what we're going to do now is look at it from the perspective of academic research. And so in planning this event, we were aware of faculty around the campus working broadly on this topic from very different points of view. And we said, what better way to introduce them into the conversation here through a series of short talks. And we specifically asked them not only to speak about what they've been doing, but also what they think needs to be done. What are the big questions from their disciplinary points of view? And so a couple of the speakers have told me that this is absolutely new material. It really pushed them to think out some new ideas. And so I'm looking forward to what they have to say. So without further ado, we'll begin. And in lieu of any sort of bio or anything, these are all faculty around the campus. I'll read the names and to give you the affiliations, and then through their talks, you'll learn more about their perspectives. We'll begin with Josh Newell from CEAS, our sustainability school. Then we'll have Lionel Robert from the School of Information. Tiara Bills from Civil and Environmental Engineering. Florian Schaub, also from the School of Information. Carol Messina from Civil and Environmental Engineering. Sang-Yoon Lee, also from the same department. And we'll conclude with someone from our field, McLean Clutter, who is in the architecture program. So you can see we have a kind of great club sandwich of engineers, information scientists, and others all mixed together. And I'm excited to see what the final product is. So Josh, come on up.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you, Rob, and it's great to be here. I suppose the danger when the slides don't advance for you is that as an academic, I might dwell on one slide for 5 minutes or 6 minutes and use up all my time, but I think Rob will probably tell me when I need to stop talking. So my name's Josh Newell. I'm a professor in the School for Environment and Sustainability. And the title of my talk, and I don't really have an answer for it necessarily, it's more of a question to ponder, is what if a smart city or a supposed smart city isn't so smart? And I'm talking specifically around resource use and how a city uses resources. That's really a lot of the area of focus, as well as equity in my research. Whoop. Maybe it's already advancing, I'm not sure. So this is a definition of a smart city. One definition from Techopedia. But basically the idea is that one would use information and communications technology to more smartly monitor, regulate energy use, transportation issues, utilities, and so on, with the idea that we might use this technology to reduce emissions, among other things, reduce resource consumption. So we have images like this where we have a smart Internet of Things that connects cities across a kaleidoscope of different spheres, from air pollution to structural health to water quality to waste management and so on and so forth. A big part of this are sensors, of course, the rise of sensors to do this. So we put sensors on everything. It's actually projected, or already is, a very big business. So according to one estimate, by 2020, cities are expected to spend $20 billion in sensor technologies. So we have very much an active role of business in city management, in city agencies, partially through smart systems and sensors more specifically. Oh, I think, Rob, that this is advancing, unless I'm mistaken. Maybe we'll just roll with it. So we have smart buildings, through sensors and other mechanisms. Real-time measurement, analytics, algorithms, smart energy systems, smart water systems, smart transportation systems, right? So in some sense, a smart city starts to get equated with a sustainable city, right? That we need to censor these things to foster sustainability. And often sustainability gets boiled down to metrics. And one of those most powerful metrics is the carbon footprint of cities. So we have what we might think of as a carbon smart city. This is the carbon footprint of New York City. And the main thing that's measured is, with respect to the carbon footprint, tends to be in cities, tends to be building energy use, transportation energy use, primarily. And thus, this is just from the New York City website. So one of the things that New York has prided itself on is its ability to use smart city type technology information to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions footprint, at least from the perspective of buildings and energy. But if we think about what denotes the carbon footprint of a city, direct one emissions, which is what New York calculates for the most part, is just one part of the mix, right? There are also what we could call scope 2 emissions and scope 3 emissions. Or indirect emissions. And these indeed can be very significant portions of a household footprint, of a nation's footprint, of a city's footprint. So we have things like scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. We have other terms are direct and indirect, or direct and embedded. And in fact, there's a whole rise of accounting in engineering and other like sciences, environmental sciences, that take a consumption-based accounting approach, so rather than a production-based accounting approach, with the idea that our consumption is a driver of emissions. And so for New York citizens, for New York as a whole, to really be inclusive and understand the footprint in a sense, we have to factor in consumption, right? And how that plays in terms of the overall footprint. So there's actually some very interesting studies, and this is just one that has calculated the total carbon footprint of the US household. And if you look at the information in green, these are indirect emissions, or scope 2 and scope 3, and they are quite significant. In fact, larger than the direct emissions associated with transportation and building energy of, as an example, New York City. So this is a big portion of our footprint. And it's always been my case that if we're thinking about a sustainable city, if we're thinking about a smart city, we have to factor in this other stuff, the food, the goods, and the services of the city. That is fundamental to an ethical, sustainable, smart city, if you will. This shows the household carbon footprints from the same study of the largest 28 metropolitan areas in the US. You can see in some cases for some cities, indeed, these indirect emissions, or the emissions associated with food, goods, and services, is larger than the transportation and building footprint of cities. And indeed, these footprints are highly correlated with income. So as incomes rise, your footprint gets larger. And we see this across this study, across virtually all spheres in the United States. So you can see it in terms of the size of the household too. Very interesting information. And of course, the scope 2 and scope 3 rise accordingly, especially. This is a carbon footprint study of 13,000 cities. And if you look at the upper right, these are the big mega cities that are high consuming cities. And in fact, the scope 3 emissions, scope 2 and scope 3 emissions, are the largest portion of those cities' footprints rather than scope 1 emissions. This is another graph from the same study that shows the size of the bubble is the per capita emissions of a New York dweller, for example, or a Los Angeles dweller, or a Shanghai dweller. So I raise this as an example to think about whether we're measuring the right things, or how are we measuring things. And thus, is a smart city, as it's measured predominantly, really that smart? I think it's something we really need to think about fundamentally, and more broadly when we think about city and urban sustainability. I think another thorny question, and we haven't seen evidence of this, is can we decouple income and rising income with carbon footprints? The studies that we've found is that as income rises, your footprint rises overall. So that is a thorny thing that we always think we can decouple, and we like to promote that. And a smart city we can have wealth and smaller footprints. Well, we don't see that overall, especially when you're factoring in these multiple scopes. Also, how would a smart city heal the metabolic rift? So the space of consumption that is the city, in terms of where the space of production, where things come from. These linkages. I fear as we become more and more urban dwellers that we're disconnected from places and spaces upon which stuff is produced, the conditions upon which that is produced. That's an important dimension of urban sustainability. And how does a smart city conceptualize the urban, right? There's many, many aspects of that, from governance networks to network to material energy flows to urban infrastructure and form to socioeconomic dynamics that spread in multi-scalar ways over time and space. And fundamentally, I would hope as we become more urban and potentially more disconnected that we build some sort of ethic of distance in which we are connected to where things come from, that we're concerned about where things come from, especially when we live on a planet that's increasingly urban, that has huge climate change issues, which has devastating biodiversity loss, is for smart cities, for smart urban places to have these, understand these interconnections, and that those will infiltrate into places like architecture, city planning, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
All right, well, that's me, Lionel Robert. So I want to talk to you about automation and what I refer to as the dehumanization of urban spaces or cities. Now, when I say dehumanization, what I'm referring to is the replacing of human-to-human interaction with the human-to-automation interaction, okay? And why I think this is so important, if you're like me, one of the reasons why I love cities, downtowns, or urban spaces is the people. We get to interact with people. You have people interacting with people in these spaces. And this builds a sense of community. In a time where, as a country, we are very, say, balkanized, where we all go home to our cable TV station, being out in public spaces really forces you to interact with people that you don't normally interact with, right? You see people who are different than you. It gives you a sense of community that you don't get a lot in these private spaces. Okay? So as we move forward in this conversation about smart cities, I see a lot of it leading to replacing human-to-human interaction with human and automation interaction. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the problems with that going forward. So this idea of replacing human-to-human interaction with automation is not new, right? Here's a food truck. A long time ago, we went and replaced a lot of shops and a lot of food trucks with what? Vending machines. Right? The vending machines are the first example of a widespread replacing of human-to-human interactions with human-to-automation. Now, that doesn't mean there's no food trucks, all right? But what it does mean is every town has vending machines, and not every city has food trucks, right? So and that's just a basic, simple example. So this is in itself not new. And then this begins to spread, all right? The latest big jump in this human-to-human replacement is, of course, ATM machines, right? Now, I'm not saying that this is a bad thing. I mean, there are certain advantages to an ATM machine. It never closes. It's always open. It treats everyone the same for the most part. If you have the money, it doesn't. But it does replace, human-to-human interaction with a human-to-automation interaction. This has not been a big problem in the past because the technology hasn't allowed you to do this on a wide scale. Now as technology becomes increasingly intelligent, you actually can do this in ways that we don't understand. And so I think part of the problem that I see is that a lot of this replacement is very subtle. So I'll give you an example. In the last 10 years, the US has lost more jobs to automation than it did to any overseas country. But no one's getting elected about taking jobs back from automation, right? Now, why is that? Well, it's simple. If a plant in the US goes and closes tomorrow and moves to Mexico, everyone says, look, overseas, they're taking our jobs. But if a plant opens up tomorrow in America that used to need 500 workers, but today all it needs is 100 workers, we say what? Oh, good, jobs coming back. Right? So these changes can happen in very, very subtle ways, right? And they're not always initially bad. And in many cases, they're actually good. But because they happen, because everyone is looking out for that humanoid, full-body robot that will take their job, people don't see the small things that are actually taking place. Also, I'm a little bit concerned that we don't know how to make the case for humans, right? So if you want to say, no, we shouldn't be replacing humans with automation, Well, why? People who design technology to be better than the current standard. Technology evolves to be more effective and efficient to what you currently already have. So if the current standard is a human being, when people who design technology come to the table, they come to the table with a business case already, right? Because they can't come to the table unless they have a business case. So they know how to argue, okay, look, this is more effective, this is more efficient, and here's why. It's not quite clear to me that we know how to make a case for why we need people. And there's a case to be made. So I went to a talk recently by a vice president, was an IT manager, a vice president of a Wall Street firm, investment firm. And he was talking about their firm use of AI. And he said, we discovered that, when the market is up, everybody loves to talk to our chat boxes. Right? We do these surveys, and when the market is up, people love having all their questions answered by this chat box. They just love it. He said, but you know what? When the market is down, everybody wants to talk to a person. Right? So there's a case to be made for people, but I'm not sure that we're good at it, that we know how to do it. There's also this issue here that automation itself, especially in the form of robots, has an impact on urban spaces in ways that I don't think we quite understand. Right, in and of itself. So, for example, I don't know if you read this, maybe about a year ago in San Francisco, this robot is a K5 robot, K5 a security robot. San Francisco went and deployed these robots as a way of running off homeless people, to keep them off the street, and I think trying to kill stray animals. And of course, people got upset and blah, blah. But the point is, walking down the street and seeing this robot changes the urban space. It changes the way you feel about it, right? I mean, so these technologies in and of themselves do change these spaces. So I think the next thing is, it's not clear to me that we're aware of this impact on the wide level. So, for example, you can see how one store will run the numbers and say, yeah, it makes sense for us to have a robot at our store or a robot at this place, right? That sort of makes sense. It's not quite clear to me that people don't understand the impact across the city or a downtown space. So maybe having a robot is good for you as a store owner, but if every store had a robot, the whole downtown changes. And so it's not clear to me that we understand what that means or what level of automation gets to a point where it becomes a negative. It's also not clear to me that we have someone looking at this. It's not clear to me that we have people at the city level that are looking and saying, if we continue to implement automation, there could be some negative drawbacks to us that we don't quite understand. So all I'm mentioning here is that basically, in this new rush for a smart city, or however anything you want to call it, that there are a lot of benefits of it, but we got to be careful that we don't lose the thing we love the most about cities and urban spaces, which are people. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tiara Bills. I'm an assistant professor and Michigan Society Fellow in the Civil and Environmental Engineering Department. And today I'm going to talk to you about digital and inclusive data for smarter transportation systems. So there's a long history of transport disadvantaged communities being adversely impacted by new transportation innovation. And these are just a couple of examples here, but the idea is that our most disadvantaged members of society are most likely to be negatively impacted by future transportation or emerging transportation systems. And the first example here is from Black Bottom in Detroit, where thousands of people were displaced to make way for what was the innovation then, the Eisenhower Interstate System, I-75. The next example is from the early 90s, where in Los Angeles County, decisions were made to invest in commuter rail at the expense of investing in local bus transportation. And this had the impact of favoring the benefits to more affluent travelers over those who were less affluent. So we have, like today in this age, we are grappling with, or we're being introduced to a number of new transportation technologies. And these range from navigational tools like Google, like Waze, like Taubman, ride-sharing, right-sourcing. And the point here is that with these new technologies comes the potential for digital data that we can make use of for the purposes of transportation planning, for the purpose of envisioning what the next transportation systems are going to look like. And these types of data include things like trip trajectories, very refined origins and destinations. The technologies offer opportunities for us to do things like prompted surveys, where we are gathering real-time information about people's experiences in today's transportation system, as well as things like autonomous vehicles that we have here at M-City on campus. But the problem, again, is that we have a segment in society that, for very complex reasons, are not going to be able to leverage those data or participate in generating those data such that we can be designing futuristic systems that will be inclusive of their needs and their travel patterns. And so we call these groups transport disadvantage. And I'm saying transport disadvantaged groups, but that is a term that is very complex. And for simplification purposes, we can think about households that don't have access to an automobile, or households that are living below the poverty line. And in this case, or looking at Detroit, this represents almost 16% of the population and close to 13%. So this is one of the challenges that I've been grappling with. How do we make sure that these new data that we're talking about, these digital data that we're going to be using to design new systems, how do we make sure that this data is inclusive of those most disadvantaged communities? And one of the things I've been doing recently is taking a survey of not only our current household travel surveys, but looking at more recent ones that have been integrated with things like surveying people who are wearing GPS trackers. There are some add-on surveys, like in California, like in Atlanta, where they have begun to fuse these two different types of data. And the question here is this actually making a difference? Are we actually seeing better representation of these groups in our surveys? So one of the things I've been doing is just looking at the sampling weight. So this is a chart of the household sampling weights, and what I want you to do is pay more close attention to the center column there across different, I guess, categories of transport disadvantaged communities. And what we see is a similar trend, that for those who are most disadvantaged, if you look at the top table, what it's saying is that for zero vehicle households, you have to upweight them in the sample much more in comparison to those who have automobiles in their household. So that means that they are more likely to not be in the survey. That means that in order for you to make population predictions, in order for you to estimate at the population level, you're going to have to upweight that sample much more in comparison to other groups. And what that means is that you are essentially reducing the amount of representation when you are planning for new systems. It means that, for example, when we are trying to understand, okay, well, how are autonomous vehicles going to impact our society in terms of capturing the need, capturing the travel demand, if the underrepresented groups are less likely to be represented in the data, what are we predicting? Okay? How are we actually making sure that those new systems are going to be inclusive of their needs? And this next example, oops, sorry. Okay, so I think what I did was to double up the slides in the event that they were going to be advancing to give myself a little more time to talk about them. So this next example is the California add-on. And the point here is that you see this same exact trend. You have a survey where we're fusing traditional household travel surveys with some GPS data. And you see the same trend where the more disadvantaged group, which are going to be zero vehicle households or low income households, their average weight is much higher, meaning that you have to upweight them much more, and the intuition is that they are less likely to be captured in the data, okay? So in order to address this, what have we been doing? I've been grappling with this problem, and what we've done is to begin to envision ways of data collection that are going to be inclusive, that are going to fuse multiple data sources. And so these are things like data from navigational tools, wearable GPS trackers, smartphone applications, online surveys, fusing those with traditional household surveys as a way of demonstrating how do we begin to capture these groups that we care about, these groups that have greater needs. And this is just zooming out the big picture. So we're capturing this data in order for us to support a broader travel demand modeling exercise where we're going to be estimating, okay, how are people responding to new forms of transportation, and therefore are these new forms of transportation serving the need? And this is the reason, this is the larger reason why we want to collect this data, because this is the way that we go about forecasting what is going to be the impact of futuristic transportation systems on society. Are these systems actually serving the needs that we intend for them? So the objectives of our study, again, are to, before we begin that modeling exercise, is to make sure that these data, we're making the best use of traditional surveys and digital data, okay? And in our case, these were the wearable GPS trackers, smartphones, et cetera. And also making sure that we're actually getting this group that we care about. So making sure that we are building in our data collection process a means of getting these participants out and being represented in the data. So this is what we did. We launched this survey, which was in Benton Harbor last year. And one of the important parts of our data collection strategy was to offer a face-to-face point of contact for members of the community. And so we did a series of workshops where we had the same data collection strategy. We offered a paper survey, we offered online surveys, we offered surveys via smartphone application and wearable GPS trackers, but we also offered these workshops as a means for members to come out and essentially for us to try and tackle some of those issues with a digital divide. So allowing for the research team to interact directly with the community, answer whatever questions they need, and to essentially curate this data collection process. So we, for example, loaded the applications onto people's smartphones. We handed them their wearable trackers and gave them sort of a tutorial on how to use it. So again, a way of trying to alleviate some of the barriers that keep these communities that we care about from participating and generating the data that we need. So, and these are some of our preliminary findings. We have small samples, but what are we seeing? Well, we're seeing that there's something about there's something about providing these workshops in addition to the mixture of different data collection sources that is making an impact. What we're seeing is that had we not offered these workshops in conjunction with our data collection strategy, we would have missed out on a significant segment of the population. And that is most evident here when we look at mode share across the different survey types. And so here we have a paper survey that was collected at the workshop. So the only way for people to take the survey, the paper survey, was to attend the workshop. The second is an online survey that is actually a mixture of people at the workshop and people who did not make it to the workshop. And then we just have, for comparison, the Benton Harbor mode share taken from the Michigan's Department of Transportation survey. And the major point here, if we look at the number of people who are driving, so this is the blue slice here, if we're looking at the people who are taking transit or dollar ride that is called in Benton Harbor, which is the orange slice here, we see, even with small samples, that had we not offered this paper survey at the workshop, which is this first pie here, we would have missed out on a very critical group. So there's something about the combination of engaging directly with the community and offering this mixture of data collection opportunities that is going to lead us to more inclusive data sets for the future of, for the purpose of understanding the future of transportation systems. Okay, so these are the 3 points that I want to leave you with. The next generation transportation technologies is poised to generate a massive wealth of new data sources. And these are all phenomenal for the purposes of futuristic transportation planning. However, for various reasons, there are vulnerable groups in our society that are, for many different reasons, limited from participating in generating those data, okay? And so this means that when we're thinking about shaping our futuristic cities, when we're thinking about shaping what that next transportation investment is going to be for a particular city, we need to pay closer attention to the data that we're using and make sure that while we are capturing and making use of these new electronic data sources, we're also thinking about collecting them in such a way that we collecting them in such a way that is inclusive, collecting them in such a way that we are not leaving traditionally left out groups from our data. Thank you.
Hello everybody, I'm Florian Schaub from the School of Information, and I want to talk with you about privacy. In particular, how can we build our smart or innovative cities in the future without the privacy nightmares? Wouldn't that be nice? So when we talk about smart cities, really, right, like what we mean is that we have cities full of sensors to a large extent. Right? Like a lot of the smartness or the innovations we're talking about come from instrumenting the built environment in ways that help us hopefully make better decisions. And that creates a lot of information that feeds into the decision-making process. And when I talk with people who are interested in smart cities, the argument against, or one argument that I often hear is, you know, we're really interested in the environment and the community, not in individuals, so we're not collecting identifiable information about people. But the problem is, even if you don't, information can reveal a lot about individuals, and that can potentially harm individuals and violate their privacy. Right? So information traces, even if they're not directly about you, you don't have an account, but you walk from your home to your car, you drive, you park, right? You're at work. You leave traces all the time, and it can tell where you are, when you are, who you're with, what you do, and also when you deviate from social norms and things that might be considered socially acceptable or maybe not as socially acceptable. Right? And that creates a couple of privacy issues and harms. The one that people directly think of is surveillance. Okay, if all your movements, all your behavior is kind of out in the open, is kind of documented in data traces, that creates chilling effects, and that has negative impacts on our democracy and our civil and social engagement as well, because maybe certain things we like to do are not the norm or the general agreed on way of doing things. And then once you have data, you also have desires to use that data. And that often results in unexpected uses, from using data for policing, we need to fight the terrorists, to using data for advertising and all kinds of other things we can think of. And one of the problems with unexpected uses is discrimination. So data can be used against people. It can be used in ways that doesn't hurt or annoy you directly, but it creates an absence of opportunity for you. And that's something we need to be watching out for. And a particular problem where that arises in smart city contexts is data quality. Right? So you might be thinking you're measuring one thing, but you actually have a very poor proxy for what you want to measure, and then you end up making decisions that just keep exacerbating social issues and biases rather than addressing them and thinking about an inclusive city design. When we talk about smart cities, we also talk about open data and data portals, right? Every city needs a data portal, which I agree with, but we need to be careful what data we put into these portals and how we manage that with privacy needs of the individuals that might be represented in that data. Again, I don't mean you're collecting data specifically about me or about you, right? I mean the traces that these sensors create and how, by combining information from multiple sensor streams, you might actually learn about individuals or reveal information about individuals that should not be public. And then we need to also think about security aspects. So when I hear, we had a really interesting keynote this morning, and one of the aspects of Sidewalk Labs is that they talk about a data trust, where all this data is being managed in a central place. Well, one of the dangers of that is that you might end up with data breaches. And I study data breaches, and I can tell you they happen very frequently, and they happen in pretty much every kind of system. So we need to prepare for what are the risks we're actually facing, and what might be the consequences of data breaches. So my call to action is really, we can't ignore the privacy issues. Right? We need to think about how can we address privacy problems from the beginning and build this into how we build smart cities and really our society for the future. So here are a couple of, so I don't just want to scare you all, right? Let's think a little bit about how we can do this. I purposefully titled this talk Towards Smart Cities Without Privacy Nightmares. One important thing to think about is when you're putting sensors into the environment is what are you actually measuring? And what is the minimal amount you need to measure to get at the information you need? Data minimization. Data de-identification is also extremely important. Right? So when you're collecting information that is about individuals, you want to not just remove the clear identifiers like name or ID numbers or social security numbers, but also pseudo-identifiers, things that might reveal things about you. Right? If I'm the only person under 50 in my community and you have some kind of community statistics that then reveal my, I don't know, my income or other things, right? That can be problematic. And in smart cities, we're also talking about the combination of data from all kinds of different sources, and this combination often is what creates the privacy issues. So we can preempt that by leveraging de-identification techniques such as differential privacy, for example. A very simple way of achieving this is also decentralizing processing. Rather than keeping all information in one place, let's do as much of the aggregation of data on the local sensor devices as we can. Right? So we don't need the individual sample data in one place. We can already do aggregation de-identification on the sensors within communities, and that way also kind of spread out that risk of data leakage a little bit. And I think what's really important is to think about transparency and creating agency for the peoples in the city. Right? Like I really like how many of the speakers today talked about, like, well, you know, the smart cities are great, but they're also humans in the city, and we need to think how we can engage with them. And I think that's extremely important also for privacy reasons. Right? When people are concerned about privacy, it's often because there's uncertainty about how the data will actually be used and how it might be used against them. So engaging with people, understanding those kind of concerns, and then designing systems in a way that mitigate those concerns is extremely important. So thinking about privacy risk management really from the beginning. And that doesn't mean all of you need to become experts in privacy. Right? I think that means partnering with people who really understand the privacy implications and can work with you to design privacy-friendly systems that still provide the functionality we want to get after. It's just very difficult to bolt that on later on. Right? You need to build privacy in from the beginning. And that's all I had to say, and happy to chat more about privacy.
Hi, my name is Sang-Yan Lee, Associate Professor at Civil and Environmental Engineering. Usually, I don't practice much about the talk, but I have to confess that I really practiced until late night yesterday because advancing each slide with a 20-second limit is first time that I try. But I'm still happy that we don't have to advance the slide within 20 seconds, but you will find out whether I really practiced well or not yesterday. So what I'm going to talk about, somebody will really hate me today because something that I'm going to talk about is I would like to measure your emotions and stress. So we talked about the infrastructure. Infrastructure is where we maintain our daily lives, like bridge, road, and buildings. And infrastructure greatly affects the quality of our life. One of the recent trends, of course, the major trend is smart infrastructure, right? We talked about a lot of smart city and smart infrastructure. Basically, what this means is the infrastructure with the sensors. So using the data analytics, so we are going to optimize the best use of the infrastructure. One important aspect, now infrastructure is for quality of life. One important aspect is that how we better understand the people's response when they use the infrastructure. So current effort for smart infrastructure is very good at identify the status of the infrastructure, but it's not designed, it's lack in identify the people, how they are using the infrastructure. So that is what I'm trying to do with the wearable sensing. Particular focus at this time is the elderly's use of the civil infrastructure. We all know the number of elderly is growing, and it is expected to reach 20% at 2030. But most of the infrastructure has not been recalibrated to accommodate the elderly's need. So for example, this one, you see that most of the design is every person design. And also we have a lot of defect due to the aging infrastructure, which is one of the big societal problems that we have right now. This aging infrastructure could be more problematic to the elderly. Another example, we have all the complex transit system and signs, but given the declination of the cognitive load of the elderly, this can be even more problematic to the elderly. So what are we doing now? Current methods that we are doing is most likely a manual observation, survey, and interview-based method, which is very labor-intensive and also requires the elderly's active participation. Another big problem is it is hard to be continuously conducted, which may miss time-dependent barriers. For example, this mild slope may not be a big problem in a normal day, but it could be a big problem today like a snowy day. So current method is very hard to capture those things. So that's why we are proposing minimally invasive distress monitoring using wearable sensor. So what we are trying to do is when people interact with the infrastructure, particularly environmental barriers, they cause the distress. This distress is showing as a physiological signals. Then we capture physiological signals from, for example, wristband. Many people wearing the wristband right now, so it's minimally invasive. So we capture the signals and identify where people get distressed. So also we are taking collective sensing approach, which means that each individual may respond to a certain barrier differently. For example, some would be fine with a certain environmental barriers, but some may not. So what we are trying to do is, for example, if 7 out of 10 people experience distress for a certain specific spot, it may be safe to assume that this spot causing the environmental distress. So that's why we are taking the wearable, but at the same time, collective sensing approach. So we studied a preliminary study with the Clark East Tower Senior Apartment, which is nearby in Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti Township, and Michigan. So 16 elderly subjects participate for 2 weeks for data collection. So they wear wearables, and then they wear the GPS tracker, so that we get the physiological and location data from the elderly's multiple trips for 2 weeks. So those are some of the predetermined the environmental barriers, like for example, curb without ramp and the unpaved sidewalk. And it clearly shows that people, elderly feel more distress on environmental barriers. So based on these initial findings, now we funded from the Exercise and Sports Science Initiative at University of Michigan. Now we are going to the massive data collection, like a 30 elderly subject, 6 weeks at each season, and they are participating. So what we do is that the 2 types of the data collection, control data collection and their daily trip data collection. So what we are trying to do is to create a machine learning-based distress classifier, which can be used to identify elderly's distress. So also, current accuracy that we are getting to identify individual distress is more than 90%. Then what our next step will be, so to speak, hotspot detection, meaning that multiple people show a stress for that particular spot. Then we are trying to map into the GIS so that it can be used for the several decision-making process. Big part of this study is actually, I think this is the most important part. Is this the data that we are collecting? Distress, geocoded distress information is going to be really useful to improve the elderly's mobility. So we are looking at 3 different dimensions. For example, personalized routing. It can be used for personalized routing or community resource plan. Now we are talking about driverless on-demand shuttle right now. That kind of new transportation mode can be used to transport the elderly to their shopping mall or their healthcare system. Or with this data, how the city can prioritize their fix of the infrastructure. So bottom line is that we are trying to use the wearable sensing, machine learning, and signal processing to identify human response when they use the infrastructure. So I have 2 more slides. So the approach, I believe that they can be applied to the different ways. So for example, of course, it can be applied to the general public, but specifically physically disabled and sensory disabled person. Also, we are talking about, we can measure human emotional response to the space, building, and urban design. It could be done in the wearable with the real-world experience, but nowadays we have a lot of virtual reality and augmented reality setting. Those can be also tested in the virtual reality and AR setting to see that how really they experience in terms of the emotion and feeling. Also, the wearable does not necessarily to be the wristband. There are a lot of different form factors. Something that we have been using in my lab is the EEG, brainwave pattern detection. So we are trying to measure the very specific emotions and their stress level. This has been successfully applied to the construction workers. Okay, so I would like to acknowledge Exercise and Sports Science Initiative and Urban Collaboratory for financial support, and the Ypsilanti Township, of course, the Clark East Tower, who has been great support for my research. Thank you.
Hi. I'm McLean Clutter. I'm an associate professor here of architecture at Taubman College. We had a little bit of a slide problem with my slides on this computer, so I brought my own. And also, I need my notes if I'm going to come in near to on time. So I'm going to discuss a project called Domestic Data Occupations that deals with the social and political implications of the way big data is used to influence urban development. This project was a collaboration with the media artist Matt Kenyon. And I think it's important to note that maybe contrasting a bit of what you've seen today, this is a speculative project. It's really a kind of provocation. So while I'm very serious about the work, the genre here is really somewhere between satire and science fiction. And the specific kind of data I'm interested in this project is called geodemography. Since geodemography isn't an everyday word for most of us, or at least some of us, maybe for some of us in this room it is, I provided my own definition here. So geodemography is the study of the geographic distribution of demographic data, especially as this data is used for marketing research. And so what is this used for? Among the uses of geodemography is to create market segmentation data sets. which are aggregations of demographic or geodemographics from the census, from consumer spending information, from figures scraped from internet usage, and other data sources through which consumers kind of unconsciously provide information about themselves daily. Critical to this project, market segmentation data sets combine data that make often contentious assumptions about race, ethnicity, sexuality, and countless other characteristics, describing highly synthesized and highly consumerized identities, and then linking these groups to their locations in our cities and urbanized areas. So again, what are market segmentation sets used for? These data sets might help corporations know where to distribute direct mailing campaigns, or critically, where to build their big box store to attract the right consumer set. So development guided by market segmentation then serve as a kind of beacon or as attractors for the consolidation of designed consumer groups. This sets up a kind of mutually reinforcing relationship between the built environment and often contentious data that are used to influence the development of the built environment. So following a long discourse on this topic in critical geography, I see this as a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy, wherein contentious identity-based data encourages commercial development formats, and that development in turn makes the data true through the limitation of consumer choice in the built environment. So this project, Domestic Data Occupation, speculates on the way that design of the built environment might intervene within this self-fulfilling prophecy. The project attempts to design urban conditions that would produce data to subvert the characterization of a place in commercial geodemography, kind of seeding the ground for alternative forms of development. For important reasons that I don't have time to go into today, the project is sited in various locations in Detroit with a high concentration of domestic vacancies. And so driving the project has been a core set of questions. First, we asked how are Detroit's built environment and the characterization of the city's neighborhoods and commercial market segmentation mutually reinforcing? And here our research really kind of validated our expectations. We found that the consumer landscape of Detroit is highly tailored to reinforce constructed identities and commercial market segmentation. And this investigation was partially encapsulated in a kind of mapping project that geographically located a collection of consumer identities from commercial market segmentation, and then locates consumer programs in the vicinity of these identities that seem tailored to construct the demand of these consumers. And these are just excerpts from that kind of larger mapping. And next we asked really a set of questions. What kinds of data are included in market segmentation geodemography? How do consumers surrender this data? What kinds of corporate and governmental actors are involved? And these questions turned out to be even more complex than we assumed. We found a labyrinthine web of corporate and governmental actors involved, and complex data sharing and aggregating agreements between these actors. Our findings in this research have been formatted in a video that we call the apparatus of contemporary geodemography. And so I'm just going to show a short excerpt of a much larger video that has helped us to understand what kinds of activities we might stage to confuse a place's data image.
The contemporary geodemographic data apparatus consists of a diverse network of government agencies, advertising platforms, research firms, and service providers. Operating within the industries of advertising, technology, finance, and real estate, data collection comprises not only an analytical tool for performance evaluation, but a product to be exchanged and sold in large quantities. The strategic alliances of such an apparatus are not always immediately obvious, nor are the means of data mining overt. Instead, throughout one's daily routine, seemingly benign personal information is being covertly profiled, aggregated, sorted, and leveraged for consumer targeting. The advancement of mobile technologies, computing servers, and social media has made such data more personal and more potent, a trend that is likely to intensify. As it does, the effects of geodemography on the social and physical character of the built environment will become increasingly pervasive. Little did you know your mobile phone is a homing beacon. Each time a call or text message is placed from a mobile device, it registers metadata that is collected by service providers like AT&T and Verizon. This data includes the phone numbers of both the sender and recipient, the time, date, and duration of the call, the cell phone towers used, the provider's carrier codes, and the device ID including brand, model, and operating platform. Mobile providers and some smartphone apps like Google Maps also track users in real time via the device's global positioning system. Mobile phone providers sell anonymized location data to research companies like Airsage, who in turn share it with logistic technology companies like Navtech. Navtech provides real-time traffic mapping for mobile apps and delivery services like UPS and FedEx to establish efficient delivery routes. Airsage also sells their data to FAIR and peers for long-term traffic reports to help municipal governments and real estate developers assess infrastructure needs and retail opportunities.
And so the video continues through a series of scenarios like that, each of which trying to begin with data points where they're created, going through kind of aggregating, but then always bringing it back to real estate development and planning.
For the use of the utility.
And finally, so the work to date has included 3 speculative design scenarios in which vacant land in Detroit is temporarily occupied or informally encamped in order to produce aberrant data. And the idea here is that this data would eschew the characterization of the sites in commercial market segmentation. The data in each scenario would be attributed to the residential address of the land parcels occupied. So these scenarios have been cited to contrast what we found in the mapping of Detroit's neighborhoods and commercial market segmentation. And then the activities and the occupations have been drawn based on those consumer transactions that we found recorded in market segmentation data. So this is just a quick excerpt of a video of one of our design scenarios, and what you're seeing is a proposal to occupy the combined properties of a group of domestic vacancies on Detroit's north side with an itinerant cooperative retirement community. And as the members of this community go about their daily lives, their consumer activity is recorded in the video as it starkly contrasts with the kinds of data that conventional market segmentation would expect in this site. And so here again, the idea is to confuse the data image of this place in market segmentation, perhaps seeding the ground for alternative forms of development. The audio is now completely out, but I realize I'm already over time. So in anticipation of that, I thought I would end simply by saying that if anybody is interested in the project, it is available through Columbia University's journal ARPA, where a kind of larger description of my inadequate description today is included, as well as full-length videos that I've excerpted. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So I don't know if you agree, but I really enjoyed how I think in different ways these talks took the abstract, some of the elements of the abstract conversation we started the day with, and went into greater technical detail. So if you're not a student, these are, and you have a potential research collaborators, or if you have funding. If you are a student, these illustrate some of the faculty who are teaching courses and engaged in work that you might want to engage in. And so on that theme, what we could do now in the brief time allotted is have a question and answer. But what I envision that would be is a series of great questions directed at only one of the speakers. And so I think what we'll do is the following. The presenters, I ask you to congregate kind of in this area. And then what we'll do is break a little early. But I want to interject, though, there's going to be a special activity here. So for those of you who are students, many of the faculty you just presented, as well as others involved in this event, are participants in a new Rackham graduate certificate administered by our college in urban informatics that encompasses smart cities and related topics. And so we have Maggie Davison's one of the students enrolled in this program who bravely volunteered to come. And so I've spoken to a lot of students, and I told them all who are interested in this, I said, come to the event. I think a few of you are here. So at any rate, we'll have a little impromptu meetup for those who are interested in learning more about that, who want to go beyond just hearing about some fascinating research, but digging in and building skills and knowledge in different areas related to the topic. And those of you who want to have follow-up questions on the different speakers can do that as well. So we do have a 15-minute break. We'll try to reconvene right at 2:15, where we'll be moving not from the broader debate, from the research, into what are the implications for practice and for implementation, which should be a topic of common concern. So thank you very much, and look forward to continuing the conversations.
So good afternoon. Welcome to those of you joining us now, and welcome back to those of you who have been with us during the day. My name is Maria Arquero de Alarcón. I'm an associate professor here at Taubman College. I'm also the director of the Master of Urban Design, and I'm really thrilled to be introducing you this last panel. This last panel, under the title of Projecting Possible Futures, is a space for theorizing and critiquing the future city. It's purposely situated at the end of the day, and as such, we will offer a space for critical reflection of the themes and conversations that we have shared during the day. So this is the time for you to bring together some of your thoughts and your questions. We'll try to have a time at the end of the session for some of that sharing and discussing. The members of this panel are active across institutions, and the work examines distinctive aspects of future making, bridging disciplinary and professional confines. I will say a few words with the hopes that I will entice you to stay with us until the end. First, Laura Forlano, associate professor at IIT in Chicago. She is also the director of the Critical Futures Lab, where she investigates the aesthetics and politics of infrastructure at a scale. She is also a visiting research fellow, Digital Life Initiative at Cornell Tech. She's a faculty associate at the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard University, and an affiliated fellow Information Society at the Information Society Project at Yale Law School. Her talk will share with us some techno-optimistic smart city imaginaries. Walter Grayson, associate professor and chair at the Department of Educational Counseling and Leadership at Monmouth University, New Jersey. He is a prolific author, Cities Imagine, Industrial Segregation, The Land Speaks, Encyclopedia of Black Comets, and more recently, Planning Future Cities. His talk, Race, Planning and Architecture in the 21st Century. Michael Bell, professor of architecture at Columbia University Graduate School of Architecture, Planning and Preservation. He is the founding chair of the Columbia Conference of Architecture, Engineering and Materials, bringing together Columbia's School of Engineering and the University of Stuttgart. He's also partner at Visible Weather, Bell's on Architecture, and through this firm, he has been widely awarded through his design practice. He's also a prolific author. I'm going to just name some of the titles: Engineer Transparency, Solid States, Post-Ductility, Permanent Change, 16 Houses, Michael Bell, Space Replaces Us, and Slow Space. Today, he's going to be sharing with us work in housing after banking. And last but not least, Toni Griffin. She is a founder of Urban Planning for the American City, based in New York, where she leads transdisciplinary projects with long histories of spatial and social injustice. She has held numerous public sector positions and consulted for cities extensively, Detroit among them. Professor Griffin is also at Harvard GSD, where she currently leads the Just Design Lab. Her talk would be Privilege and the Future Just City. And then my colleague Scott Campbell will be the discussant of this session. Scott is Associate Professor of Urban and Regional Planning, and he's the Director of Doctoral Studies in the Urban and Regional Program. Scott will help us reflect on common threads and share questions among the panelists, and he has promised to offer, I quote, a productive middle ground between the high-tech boosters and the pessimistic social critics. So with all this, we will spend together the next hour and a half before Dean Jonathan Massey will conclude with a few remarks the day. Thank you so much. Laura?
Okay, thank you everyone. It's great to be here. I am, again, from the Institute of Design at IIT in Chicago, and if you're not familiar with IIT, our school, the Institute of Design, was actually founded in 1937 by Laszlo Moholy-Nagy from the Bauhaus School in Germany. And the Bauhaus School was especially concerned with the aesthetics around mass production and the use of technology to improve the quality of human life. And through their studies of the body and space, they were very interested in the types of utopian ideals that motivated this work about the new human being. So here you can see some of the key principles from Walter Gropius's Bauhaus Manifesto, and this focus on the new man, and in particular that balance and integration of art and technology. And to a great extent, I think that our smart city conversations have certainly taken the scientific, the rational, and the technological to heart, and where I want to explore is a little bit about the art and the lived experience, which I think has been somewhat in the background in the human-centered design tradition that I represent from ID. So here's a quote from Gropius in the Bauhaus Manifesto: "Together let us desire, conceive, and create the new structure of the future." And that question is relevant to a book project that I've been working on for about a year on Bauhaus Futures, which brings together about 34 authors from fields including architecture and design and the social sciences to think about the question of what would keep the Bauhaus up at night if they were practicing today. And my interest for the last 10 years or so has been around how do you study people, things, and societies that don't exist yet. And I'm a social scientist by training, but I've been working in design schools for about 10 years. And what excites me about the potential to merge the kind of critical and generative approaches is this ability to understand future possibilities and alternatives so that we can enact changes today. And to a great extent, I believe that what we're living through in terms of some of our experiences with technology today are the cybernetic dreams that were set in place in the 1940s and 50s. So this idea that we can render all of life computable and that will lead to greater knowledge. And I think that, to some extent that we could critically interrogate that as actually kind of a fallacy that we're living with constantly, and that gets incorporated into our discourses and metaphors about the smart city. So are we building something like Blade Runner's 2046, these usually high-tech utopias that are set in cities in East Asia, or something like Black Panther's Wakanda, where you see this technologically advanced society, but that coexists with art and culture and traditions and rituals. And to the challenge of rendering life computable, Shannon Mattern reminds us that a city is not a computer. So from the perspective of the science and technology studies field, the social sciences that interrogate some of these technological imaginaries, I wanted to explore what Jasanoff and Kim call these collectively held, institutionally stabilized, and publicly performed visions of desirable futures, and to work not only in descriptive ways or normative ways, but in speculative ways. So moving from what is to what should be to what could be and those alternative possible futures. So I want to explore 4 different ways that I see the smart city coming together. And this is the city as a platform, the city as a test bed, the city as a lab, and the city as a new urban factory. And in all of these 4 frames, we can see some of those discourses around kind of the scientific management and experimentation of city life. So we heard this morning about a city built from the internet up, which is some of what Sidewalk Labs is exploring, that working with those innovation districts. But I wanted to point out there are actually many others coinciding. So for example, Zucktown. Facebook has been developing a property called Willow Village near their headquarters in Menlo Park, where, according to the New York Times, Facebook is testing the proposition, do people love tech companies so much that they will be willing to live inside of them? And also in New York, we have Hudson Yards, which is the biggest real estate development in the United States history. It brings together, high-end retail and residential and parks, but it's also edging out the garment district and what's left of some of the manufacturing economy in New York City, which is being moved to Sunset Park Brooklyn. Another example is actually General Electric working with L-Star Ventures, which is a developer of planned communities, to develop Union Point, which is located 12 miles south of Boston, to test smart energy grids, for example. So just to say that there are not only, there are many companies that are all pursuing different visions of kind of building a city from the internet up and testing and developing different technologies. So city as platform, this is represented well by the example of the Link NYC terminals, for example. These have also been rolled out in other cities. And I think the interesting part of these, the discussions here are the fact that people are conceived of as one of 4 asset classes. So if you look at the Aspen Institute's study called City as Platform, people, technology, data, and infrastructure are the 4 asset classes. And so, one question I have is that the right way to be thinking about people, citizens, and the human, that they are just another asset class? And I would argue that in some sense, cities are selling not only the eyeballs of their citizens, but the bodily movements and all that data in exchange for actual funding that is going to be invested in the city. So in the case of Link NYC, New York City is going to get $500 million over 12 years to roll out this infrastructure, which is to replace the telephone booths. For the city as testbed, this is well represented, I think, by the autonomous vehicles research. So this concept of testbed urbanism, Orit Halpern and her colleagues have written about the ways in which these models are not just representations, but they're creating models that are territories, and that this has implications for representative government, subjectivity, and urban form. So I think one question is there a point in which these models, these experiments, these labs, and these test beds start to themselves take on an agency that is difficult to resist, right? So they end up having their own ability to act in a way in terms of governing. So the project that I've worked on in this space is the Driverless City project. With collaborators at IIT, we were able to get a $100,000 grant from the university. And we published some of this research in the New York Times with our mind map. And we were able, as part of that project, to come here to the University of Michigan and visit the M-City testbed. And based on that visit, I was able to write kind of a field note from the future of sorts. I don't think I have time to read the whole thing now, but I will just highlight that one thing that struck us as we were able to drive a rented vehicle through the testbed was the ways in which M-City is real, but also not real. It's simulated, but also a simulation. So it's kind of a mix of donated infrastructure. It's a kind of shortened and truncated version. There, of course, are no pedestrians or people. Primarily, it's testing that communications infrastructure between the connected cars and the infrastructure itself. And at the end, I will show a short video that we created as part of that project. So the third frame, this idea of the lab, here I think that a lot of the sensor projects are very relevant. So in Chicago, there's a project called the Array of Things, and it's talked about as a Fitbit for the city. So this idea of collecting data throughout the city about things like pollution. And to date, I think that while the goal with this project is to build about 500 sensors, I think there's only a handful that have actually been deployed. So it seems to have not been deployed as quickly as one would think. And the last frame is really this one of new urban factory. And this is represented by a number of the local manufacturing efforts. So I've been able to go around the country visiting some of the Urban Manufacturing Alliance meetings and try to understand the ways in which community-led bottom-up development can coincide with top-down economic development. And we did a project in Chicago where we looked at some of the new efforts by by the city and also other nonprofit organizations to generate interest in technologies like digital fabrication. So here's a video of the launch event that Mayor Rahm Emanuel kicked off about a year ago.
I should have taken an apprentice class. You'll get credit.
You get the idea. So basically, it's instead of doing a ribbon cutting, they did a soldering through a piece of metal event. M-Hub and UI Labs and some of the other sites in Chicago are very focused on a particular vision of progress and a particular vision of technology, which tends to favor already established models and ideas. So, there's a lot of kind of ideas about technological progress and entrepreneurship and the ways in which that's going to fit into the city. So I think what we found, we were able to do interviews around the city also with social and economic justice groups. And, to a great extent, there's just a complete disconnect between what the city is focusing on and investing in and what kind of the social and economic justice groups are trying to support by training, say, youth on the west side or in the south side. And we were able to visit some of the sites, and some of the questions that we tried to pose in the project were about cooperative ownership models and really trying to challenge our models of city development. Think about, are there alternatives to current kind of capitalist models of economic development in cities? So to kind of close with the overall theme, again, these are 4 frames that I've identified. The city as platform is very much tied to the idea of for example, internet access, and bringing in kind of third parties to provide different kinds of city services. The test bed very much around autonomous vehicles and safety. The lab has been very much about collecting environmental data for the purpose of sustainability, and the factory around these visions of prosperity. So my questions here are, really what does it mean to be human in the smart city? What does it mean to be urban? How can we resist and remake the smart city for citizens? And what kinds of new imaginaries are needed? And how can design play a role in crafting these imaginaries? So with that, I'll just show a short speculative video from the Driverless City project to give you a sense of how we're trying to engage in a speculative way to kind of challenge the existing visions. And this is not meant to evangelize autonomous vehicle technology, but to kind of use that as an opportunity to open up a discussion. So.
By 2036, pockets of Chicago and new centers Naperville and Joliet had become so congested with last-mile delivery vehicles that aerial drones began replacing autonomous vehicle delivery, thus reducing the need for the sprawling warehousing and distribution centers that populated the Chicago metropolitan area throughout the 20th century. Class 1 railroads, originally the key to Chicago's role as a center of manufacturing and distribution, have been largely superseded by platoons of autonomous trucks and truck trains up to several miles in length. The North American Land Bridge, running from Los Angeles to New York via Chicago, is the last remaining profitable railroad that hasn't transformed into a development company. It is owned and operated by UPCSX, a merger of the Union Pacific and CSX railroads. To maintain profitability, double-stack container trains traveling the corridor reach up to 3 miles in length. Former trackage, their rights-of-way and intermodal freight facilities are still owned by BNSF, CN, and other companies, but now they lie fallow, serving as ad hoc nature preserves and wildlife corridors, as nature reclaims the formerly active transportation corridors. Platooning vans disperse regionally to irrigate markets with fresh produce. At the same time, electronics, furniture, and even autonomous vehicles produced through the vast global supply chain are also ubiquitous. The need for social connection and the demand for hyper-specialized goods has assured the viability of in-place retailing throughout the region. Purchases made in person can be located and transferred from a truck house and delivered within minutes or hours to any location. Persistent trade imbalances with China and Southeast Asia have led to networked markets for recycling. UPCSX fills empty containers with waste products for return trips. The consequent closing of landfills has therefore become a significant planning challenge for public authorities hoping to recoup some value from those sites. With the ability to detect potential collisions, including wildlife, from long distances, roadkill has become largely a thing of the past, thus contributing to overpopulation of certain species. In response to homeowners' complaints about deer, coyotes, and other large mammals, the states of Illinois, Michigan, and Indiana relaxed regulation and opened new areas of hunting throughout the territory. Many former drivers and warehouse workers have developed seasonal hunting and trapping services. They supply on-demand food with fresh meats, catering to the public's appetite for regionally specific foods. The popularity of locally sourced cuisine contrasted greatly with the nearly complete outsourcing of most other forms of production. The vast tracts of warehouses abandoned by industrial property developers and third-party logistics companies have also proven to be fertile ground for many gray market industries. These vast landscapes of exchange, born in the 19th century, had served their purpose and now needed a new role to play in the 21st century. Once separated from our cities and hidden from view, they became testing grounds for new forms of production and civic life.
Okay, so in closing, I just want to say, I think, my main consideration here, again, coming from a science and technology studies position and trying to work in the field of design in this kind of speculative mode is, why do we put so much faith in science and technological progress towards these kind of singular visions of what a city is for, and how can we explore those things through, alternative ways of addressing some of the same concerns?
That's me. Good afternoon. My name is Walter Grayson. I'm from Monmouth University in New Jersey, and I'm here to talk with you all for a little while today about race, planning, and architecture in the 21st century. This is a great honor because I've been doing this kind of work, asking these kind of questions for a long time, and so it's going to let me start to synthesize and pull together your insights with the work that you've accomplished here. But I want to go and kind of lay the foundation with a picture. A lot of my work in the last couple of years has started to focus on the way we imagine space, and so I really appreciate Laura's point is that if you guys watch HBO, you'll recognize this particular moment from the first season of Westworld. It's this place where you visually engage Ford as the creator of a virtual landscape, an experience where we have great stress about how what we create may come back to challenge us. And so Westworld has become one of my favorite tools in communicating with my students because it lets them experience something that they couldn't articulate, something that they felt nervous about in regards to their cell phones and their laptops, that they're like, there's something happening to them that they couldn't quite get their hands around, and the show helps them begin to articulate it. For me, this moment, this particular scene, resonated deeply because it connects with a lot of the work I've done on Lewis Mumford and this idea of how urban planning evolved in the first half of the 20th century. Is this visionary person who kind of points out the way the world is changing around all of us and says, stop. There's a need to kind of step back before we lose something inherent and essential about ourselves. And so for me, on the way in on the airplane, I had to cope with a lot of the recent stress around the election where people are saying, oh, this divide has become so rigid between urban areas and their surrounding suburbs and rural areas and the places that aren't quite developed suburbs yet. The college-educated and the uncollege-educated are having divergent experiences as these technologies unfold around us. And so my work in the American Economy book was really about that emerging sense of two different worlds based on our space and our education and how we articulate our lives. And so Mumford has been tremendously helpful to me. I've mainly looked at his Techniques and Civilization book as a way to articulate the tools that we create turning us into mechanisms, that our habits become routinized, that we are unable to really challenge or escape from the patterns that we've inherited. And really last night I had a great experience reading the Journal of Planning History with Bruce Stevenson's new article comparing Mumford's relationship with John Nolan and how that then shaped places like this and the kinds of curricula and the kinds of questions you all ask every day. So in that, to open up, is where I come from. That's who I am. The relationship between humanities and its tools, the way that we try to affirm each other and make our lives richer through our questions, through our new technologies. That's what I hope to explore a little bit today. In particular, the idea of how do systems of racism shape the fundamental assumptions of architecture and planning. I think the more we grapple with that, the better we're able to dismantle the barriers that we've come to see have really dire consequences for both here in the United States and around the world. So, my first bit to help you understand where I come from is to point out a section of New Jersey. What you see most prominently on that map is Neptune Township. In the northeast corner, you'll see I've kind of highlighted Asbury Park, which tends to be the more famous place in the area. It's a spot where Bruce Springsteen launched his musical career from. And so Asbury Park is thoroughly segregated along the railroad line that you see rotating from north to south, almost bifurcating the town. But no one talks about the suburb, Neptune Township, that then kind of unfolded as a result of this. And so my second book, Suburban Erasure, focused on that relationship between Asbury Park and Neptune Township. That what we struggled with as a form of segregation going into the 20th century has persisted in the way that Neptune was really a suburb that had to be fought to be integrated. A man named Erman Jones, who I'll come back to later, set up this much larger footprint of how segregation has evolved in New Jersey. And that speaks to this larger point about time that started my career. Back in 2004 at the Organization of American Historians meeting, I talked about suburbs and their unique sense of time. And I think this is where your technology questions come to play most forcefully. In that, up until the middle of the 19th century, the sense of time that we all had as human beings was largely driven by sunlight on a daily basis. This wasn't where everyone carried around watches and figured out how to go about where they needed to be at what hour. The sun came up, you woke up, the sun went down, you went home. That was pretty much it. Beyond that, the sense of seasons were also this kind of rural driver of human activity. That remained the case in Asbury Park up into the 1930s. These kinds of rural areas persisted in holding on to rural time in ways that we don't account for very well. In a similar way, the urban time that came to dominate a Chicago or New York, a Detroit in the early 20th century failed to adapt to what we now live with in the last 30 to 40 years is suburban time. Time driven by the automobile. Time where we measure every minute of where we are, how long it's going to take to get to the next place, how we can squeeze the most activity out of every minute that we have available to us. Many of my chances to give these talks, I have other people on panels with me who they advocate, squeeze the most out of all 84,000 seconds that you get each day. And this is poisonous to me. The people that I grew up with, the people in the communities that came from Asbury Park and Neptune, they wanted recreational time. They wanted to get back to a world where they had autonomy and were not measured about where they had to be at what point. And so freeing us from these structures and these technologies and how we measure ourselves, that's a really crucial priority for the people I continue to work with today. And that's particularly because although this is a very famous area of my state, I'm actually from here. And this was really the reason why my work took shape the way it did. So this is about 30 miles west into the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. And I didn't bring the video because it's a little bit too long to unpack and explain, but if you ever were a fan of The Sopranos, there's a great episode, one of the most famous episodes, where two of the gangsters get lost in the Pine Barrens. And they nearly kill each other because there's no spatial marker, there's no sense of time. They're paranoid and they begin to their emotions are just broken loose from their moorings. Well, that's where I live. It's in the middle of all of those woods where everybody gets terrified of what's happening around them. And so the township, the larger outline there, remains mostly suburban. After 1970, it intensely kind of built out to the south and the north of the borough, of the center community where all of the farming activity was. But if you look around the larger region, you'll still see most of this is not built. It's still almost all kind of swampy pine terrain. There's all this area where you don't get any new housing, any new commercial districts. But Freehold is a place that's still defined by its seasonal, by its sunlight access, despite it having been suburbanized. And that's why I wanted to talk with you guys about these contradictions of how we manage our time. If I can keep this, there we go. So how does that work? How do we preserve the ways that we keep time to ourselves? There are three basic phases that my work has shown as I talk to different people and gather different archives on this subject. The first is church, and church is probably not the most favorite thing for folks to talk about in here today, but it is this tremendously impactful architectural space that defines that pre-industrial world. And it is an entry point where we can go in and begin to negotiate with people who are traditionally excluded from the patterns of industrial and suburban segregation that have persisted in the 20th century. It's a place where they still gather, and they try to find ways to make meaning, and a sense of timelessness remains in place. And so that's the first step. If you can begin, it's not about trying to convert or become a part of the faith, but meet people where they are so that they begin to kind of claim greater autonomy over what's happening around them. The second piece is about recreational experiences, and essentially, if you talk about the Garden City and what Olmsted has done, or Le Corbusier, like these guys, in trying to build industrial environments that were productive but have green space that remains part of what the human experience is, they're preserving a sense of what that sanctity. Where do you escape and not have to be subject to the measured time of the industrial world? So that was kind of how the church evolved into a secular recreational space. Sadly, the thing that I found most was that that park, that public green area, after 1945, especially after 1970, evolved into the mall. The mall became this kind of remnant of the main street, of the place where people gathered and kind of participated in community consumerism, where they got away and they got to reap the benefits of a kind of middle-class shopping experience that was a release that is entirely foreign to the folks who remain trapped in this 19th century kind of agricultural mode. That set of divides, for me, goes a long way to explain the different kinds of worlds that we're trying to negotiate politically today. And so, how do you actually redesign the church, the park, and the mall so that it brings people back together? How do you actually transform those kinds of places? And that's the work I do mostly outside of the academy, with the people who have been left behind. And so last week I was in Houston, working with a group called the Historic Black Towns and Communities Coalition. They are basically dealing with places that were abandoned, or if not outright destroyed, by racial violence during the mid to late 19th century. They're all trying to preserve their heritage. I guess the famous examples you guys would know would be like Rosewood, Florida, or Tulsa, Oklahoma. These are places that were where former slaves attempted to create a vision that was unimaginable, to have their own speculation and accountability. Because of the Black Panther movie and the work lots of us did around that, we've started calling these places historic Wakandas, places where Black freedom really took physical shape. To get them to start to understand how to join the conversation that you guys are having today, I have to start to get them to understand the scale of the economics, the financial barriers that they're encountering. And so I'm going to go through a really specific example from New Jersey in a few minutes. But this is the basic tool I use, is asset value analysis, to understand how much money goes into creating a particular kind of spatial design. Because for folks who, in my case, folks struggle to get together $8,000 a year, $12,000 a year, the scale of the kind of projects you're talking about in Boston is just, it's another universe. It's unimaginable to get access to. And so I begin to try and frame for them how they can reach that. How can they understand the way government and the private sector come together to actually realize their dreams. And so these are just a couple of the tools that talk about different places and how to get there, what's a high-end proposal, what's a low-end proposal. But these are the ways I want to try, to put together Wakanda. I don't know why my little question got blotted out there. But the example I wanted to close with you guys on is called the T. Thomas Fortune Foundation. T. Thomas Fortune was a 19th century journalist who basically put together a newspaper from scratch. He tried to be an attorney, he failed. He moved to Harlem. He started a newspaper called the New York Age. It was tremendously successful. It got the support of Booker T. Washington in the 1880s. This newspaper then generated hundreds of black communities tied to the National Negro Business League from 1881 to 1910. He literally took the proceeds of the newspaper and his alliance with Washington and created a place in Red Bank, New Jersey, based on an alliance with 6 churches. He started out dozens of small businesses. He created a black and immigrant working and middle class community before 1903. And so this was a planning victory. He was able to pull together a project that no one had imagined possible. George Henry Wright did something similar in Whitesboro in southern New Jersey. But over the 20th century, Red Bank's west side really collapsed in the wake of the civil rights reforms of the early 1960s. They could not compete within the larger market structures of the region and how it changed. The two people who benefited most or tried to follow in his footsteps were Ermin Jones, who did his work in Neptune Township, and Lily Hendry, who did her work in Freehold. The two of them attempted to expand these autonomous black communities as the world changed around them, as suburbs grew, as the digital economies really took over and replaced industrialization. Both efforts failed miserably. The collapse of the military spending related to the Cold War undid most of Ermin Jones's work. In Lily Hendry's case, she's still alive. She will turn 89 this year. But despite her ability to preserve a number of private organizations, nonprofits, to serve African Americans in the Freehold area, the population is gone. They can no longer afford the housing. They've lost the jobs. The children have moved away, mostly into places like Newark and Camden, and to a lesser extent, Asbury Park. And so the scale of how we do this work and where we engage have tremendous consequences, and you all know that. But what I'm hoping to advocate is that instead of just focusing on the urban downtowns and the way digital technologies can transform those communities, look out to the peri-urban globally. Look out to the metropolitan fringe. If you look at places less than 15,000 residents, 1 square mile in area, doing targeted interventions around 1 or 2 buildings every year or 2, you can have great success. The T. Thomas Fortune Foundation saved his historic site in 2007. And then it took us 8 years. We raised $400,000 to attract a private capital investor to then redesign the entire house. That project just finished last month in October. That historic site, because of its success, has now attracted a series of real estate investors who are bringing $120 million into that community to preserve this historic black community. Your projects, your proposals can be really influential looking out at the fringe to prevent people from being pulled into futuristic design. And so it can work at a lot of different scales. I believe we can do some really amazing work. Thank you.
Good afternoon. And I have to bring this up, I guess. And do we have the monitor? And let's go to full screen. That was Paulie and Christopher in the Pine Barrens, and they freaked out while they tried to kill the Russian mafiosa. Yeah. The Pine Barrens fits perfectly into this because the 1966 New Yorker short story by John McVie, or not short story, but describing the Pine Barrens as a site of abundance of water that is untouched. I'd like to touch on post-scarcity in those terms. Thank you for having me, everybody who's organized this. You've been incredibly gracious and diligent. Jeffrey, in particular, spent an hour on the phone. Thank you very much. I've been to Michigan many times. It's always great to be here. Thank you. I'm an architect, but I have, over the years, become very invested in housing and engineering issues, and in particular, materials science issues. It leads me into realms that alienates me from very good friends like Stephen Hall, who want me to read philosophy and poetry and not economics. But I find myself doing a huge amount of economics in an amateur way, in a way to project the future. On the screen is an image of some work done at the Museum of Modern Art in 2011. The short story to introduce it today is that in developing a new prototype for the suburbs around housing, energy, structure, materials, economy, we ended up modeling the city's budget in Excel, including police, parks, sewers, and by doing that, we slowly were able to come to a project. And I had a lot of assistance to do that, but over the years, I'd been very invested in questions around housing, economy, and finance and law. That was the first time I'd really moved hardcore into trying to model economics in a certain way. I similarly have a project that I ran at Columbia over a decade dealing with engineering, and in particular a substrata of engineering material science, trying to look at a new evolution in buildings that seem to be occurring around people like Sejima, Sana, to name the firm. We could go down the list, but a kind of parallel path process by which architects, engineers, material scientists doing computational fluid dynamics work at the same time they're doing daylighting, at the same time they're doing budgeting and analysis, and a kind of parallel path process. So through that process, we ran 4 conferences, developed 4 books. I was doing that kind of work while I was working in very low income and poverty housing, both in New York, but also before that in Houston, Texas. And as these 2 projects began to merge, that's the work I'd like to show today briefly to give a glimpse of the future. If you work in housing, you might be well aware of questions about housing instability, housing and poverty, housing and wealth creation. If you look at the last 75 years in a snapshot, you can see a kind of devastating image. 1.3 million units of public housing constructed in the US from the New Deal forward, hard units, 2.8 million units of low-income housing tax credits units built across the country, and then other more minor kind of blips that are kind of non-market blips. But of course, the plunge in 2008 into foreclosure, 6 million houses foreclosed upon, totally 16 million entering foreclosure, essentially wiping out a century's worth of affordable housing in one sweep. So the volatility around housing is huge, of course. And if you want to get more detailed about it and look at the state of the country, you can become complex, subtle. You can look at it in terms of race, gender, place, and history in many ways, and we do that. The work I'd like to show today occurred when the books research I had been doing. I had a call out of the blue from some senior material scientists at Tesla asking me to lecture at the company on material science and architecture, and architectural material science, let's say, but more so to be involved with some research there, which I'll sort of touch upon, and the academic side of it, because there was work that was professional as well. The work I'd like to focus on is an idea that the emerging energy economy has incredible capacity to be a new form of housing and banking. The image on the left is actually from a satellite. My father was the lead electronics engineer on, that's him below. In 1973, he was showing me this photograph of the sun his satellite had taken and was discussing to me as a 13-year-old that the sun could power the earth for thousands of years in seconds. I have to say it took me 30 years to internalize what he was trying to teach me when I was a child and to kind of put it in a new context. This kind of image, I want to sort of do a little bit of amateur economics here. On the right side of this slide, you're seeing the cost of photovoltaics per watt. 1977, we're at $77 per watt. Today, we're at about 53 cents. It's a logarithmic curve. Any decrease is going to be more and more painful to achieve. It will slow down. The image on the right is the ascendance of the blue and the orange line is solar consumption in gigawatt hours. That's rising exponentially. So a question, I think, in a business sense or in a future sense for us as designers, as architects, is to what degree we have the capacity to keep that curve rising, and what do we have to do as architects to be part of that? I've been working along the lines, this is a book project called Housing After Banking, that's looking to have a dramatic decline in the cost of producing housing through advanced manufacturing, and to have a dramatic increase in the yield of photovoltaic or other renewable energy on the other curve, to the point where housing basically begins to be a different type of asset than a real estate asset. Maybe it moves into being an energy asset. The bold and crazy part of it, if you spend time around companies like Tesla's, you start to think, well, what if we sort of stop monetizing housing as real estate, and what if we monetize it in another strata? And indeed, what would that open up about poverty and other kind of access issues of housing? This is, of course, happening incrementally. The question is that a kind of Internet of Things boondoggle that is eventually going to become a massive security nightmare? Do we need an entirely new asset class? And do we need to begin to actually imagine encrypting renewable energy in a way that restores its value to the user, in a way that build a firewall to make sure that the value of it stays inside the precinct of the consumer? Architects dabble in finance all the time. You have to build a building. I've usually argued that I think we'd be better off if we were dabbling more in economics, the social science side of it, and the aggregate side of the money supply, not the attribution of money to a building and to a client, which is, of course, necessary. If you begin to look at this, the viability of what we're designing into, the future smart city or whatever one might imagine we need to design, the first thing that I think I point to is debt. This is household debt as a percentage of the gross domestic product. In 1947, it was 18%. We reached almost 100% before we managed to tank the economy by selling collateralized debt obligations that were not properly rated. If you look at household debt at the household level, the accrual, of course, starts in the 1940s after World War II. It dramatically increases after 1971. The Bretton Woods treaties come apart. The super hyper-financialization of the world, and particularly world cities and housing. If you look at the Case-Shiller Index, you can see that housing is largely sort of a not speculative commodity until the 1960s and 70s when it takes off, again, post-Bretton Woods. And if you look at post-08, this is Bloomberg, this is not my own research, showing central bank debt. This is the top 10 central banks on the planet holding assets off the market. In 06, $6 trillion. In 16, $24 trillion, and much higher. So the question really starts to be, at what level are we able to imagine housing, if not development itself, attributed to leverage and debt the way we have in the post-war era up until 71 in Bretton Woods, but from Bretton Woods forward, the era of the globalization era, what extent was all of that debt and leverage there? Now, 08 and 09, I taught at Michigan in the fall of 08. Every time I got off the plane from New York, the stock market had collapsed 700 points during the hour flight. We got out of that. This is just the first 1.7 trillion that Hank Paulson, one day in a review, a student said, "Holy shit," looking at his then primitive iPhone. But $1.7 trillion in the Federal Reserve buying mortgage-backed securities. This is a little graph from the Federal Reserve showing the incidence of the one and only time they had done such a thing. It, of course, was far more than 1.7 trillion when it was all done. And then just in the last couple of years, between 2010 and 2014, the Joint Center for Housing Studies at Harvard, the darker the blue, these are people that are housing cost burdened. In other words, a huge amount of the country is still housing cost burdened in the most rich and economically advanced country on the planet. That was for owners. This is Los Angeles County for renters. You're housing cost burdened if you're spending more than 30% of your gross income on housing. In New York City, of course, that's normal to spend 60 and 70. It, of course, is sustained by families or households having 2 or 3 jobs, if not 4 or 5. Now, how much change could you imagine in the future? For years, we've believed that the real estate economy was strong, the development economy was formidable, architecture schools were marginalized, we should do museums and aspire to winning competitions, not really changing the housing market. If you look at this little diagram, this is showing the US since 1985. The uppermost line is showing we go from 95 million housing units to 132 million housing units. In 30 years, we built 25% of this nation's housing. That's not surprising if you realize we build sometimes 1 million or more units a year. But nonetheless, if you say, what is the next 30 years going to produce? And then you look at concepts of debt and leverage that way, you wonder, what do we have to produce if we can't sustain that form of debt and leverage? What do we have to produce, or if we intend to make a dent in this? And of course, we almost inevitably will. You look closer at that, it will show you that most of the housing was built in the Southwest. So go from Atlanta over to Dallas and Phoenix. The growth was not in the Northeast. It was in the sprawling areas, which most of us have been led to believe are the problematic areas. The US adjusts to affordable housing issues these days through the tax code, of course, low-income housing tax credits. We build thousands of units of them per year. The US often bases the health of its economy on housing production. The US builds anywhere from 1 million to 2 million units of housing a year. We build mostly single-family houses. The country has 69 million single-family houses, I believe, at last count. We are having mass housing projects, despite the fact that we don't call them that. Low-income housing tax credits over 30 years, since '87, built 2.8 million units of housing. You can zoom in and see exactly where they are. This one's in Menlo Park, and the number of bedrooms, et cetera. The data is all there and transparent. But that's a per capita federal project. It has to be the United States speaking to 50 states, speaking to the demographic distribution of people. The energy economy isn't going to care about state lines. It follows a geoplanetary structure. So you begin to imagine calibrating that. And now I'll sort of jump forward. So I would propose that the future of energy development and housing is, of course, going to follow a different map than any federal policy in terms of tax credits, et cetera, is prepared to develop. Now, if you look at housing in a closer realm in terms of debt, housing in the US today, the last I looked, was worth about $27 trillion. A very big number. It's secured by 11, 12, or $13 trillion in debt, depending on when you look at it. On one level, it looks as if it's financially secure. In other words, it looks like there's equity. But that's an incredibly imbalanced chart. Anybody who bought in the last decade is still virtually underwater. And in other words, there's a massive amount of fragility out there. Mobility in the US, depending on where you live, can be equal in cost to your housing. Mobility can cost more than your housing, depending on where you live. I lived in Houston for years. I used to think the cars in the driveway were worth much more than the houses, and they, in fact, were. Everybody's spending their money on a depreciating asset and then living in a very substandard asset that's hardly appreciating at all. To look at what's possible, land values in the US as a percentage of a real estate transaction, depending on where you are, they vary greatly. Since 1970, land values have escalated much greater than architectural values, building values. In California, land value is about 80% of a real estate transaction. The upper line is the transaction itself. In '08 is the peak. Land is equal to about 80% of buying a home in California in '08. Go to West Virginia, where none of us probably imagine moving tomorrow, unless we have family there probably, because there really aren't jobs there. The land is worth perhaps 10% of a real estate transaction. As we go to an energy-independent economy, as we change the profile of work and organization, to what extent are we looking at lower densities as possibilities where we have low-cost land, high energy yield, and a new type of settlement? If we look at the last 30 years, what do the next 30 years hold? Land volatility is greater than structure volatility. In Nevada, after the collapse, land goes down to next to nothing. The building itself becomes the valuable. Florida, we could go on.
Hi. So while that's coming up, two confessions. One is I had a bit of a panic attack after I committed to come here because I don't think about smart cities as much as I feel like most of the people in the room do. And I had this email to Jeffrey and Jonathan, like, can I just be a respondent to the work? Because I didn't feel like my work touched upon these issues that much. But I mustered up a presentation for you that I hope will fit in with the conversation. Because as I've sat here for the day, I both feel like I'm going to walk away with a lot more knowledge about the ways in which many of you are using technology and thinking about technology in cities. But I'm also leaving here with concern and skepticism too. And I think that that's healthy because it presented to me a problem for which folks in this room are uniquely positioned to help be a part of. So I feel committed to that. My second spoiler alert is I will be the third presenter to show Wakanda. So get ready for that. So I titled my 10 minutes or so Privilege and the Future City because, as I said, I don't feel like I am thinking about smart cities and technology in my day-to-day practice as an urban planner and as a professor of urban design and planning at Harvard GSD. And when I think about the smart city, particularly as I often see it represented, and when you Google it on any random Facebook, it looks like this. And it looks like it's for people and entities with choice. Governments who have choice, and we've heard a lot about the market forces and the way in which these technological advances seem to be most productive and most heavily discussed in strong market cities, not weak market cities. It seems to be discussed and it seems to be privileged by people and development corporations and corporations who have the choice to pour their investments and their risks into a place where they think those risks will be minimized. And it's for people who have individual choice to decide whether I want to drive my car today or call the Uber or Uber pool versus taking public transportation. And I don't really see in these images people who have less choice. People who are using some of the systems that we've been talking about today as a form of necessity, not as choice. And I don't often see how then technology is speaking to those spaces and those places. Ironically, in the span of the same week or so that I was asked to put this presentation together, I was asked by the UN Development Program if I would contribute a short 350-word essay on the future of cities. So here I am again thinking about this question of the future of cities. And I don't know what I was doing, but I stumbled upon this William Faulkner quote that said, "The past is never dead because the past has not passed." And the work that I do is deeply rooted in issues of design and social and spatial justice. And so it became clear to me that the future of cities, at least when we talk about it under that frame, is not talking about some of the systemic and foundational issues of our American narrative that is still not overcome. And so therefore, when we talk about the future city, I think the future city has to dismantle injustice. Because I think another thing that's happened in this room and in other spaces when we talk about smart cities is that we assume that all cities and all communities within cities are equal or equitable. So I'm 5'10". If I'm standing next to the person that's 5 feet and we both stand on this box and there's a fence, I can see, but the person at 5 foot can't see, even though we have an equal platform, right? And so a lot of the assumptions and conversations we're having about this assumes that everything is equal, and it is not, right? And so I would like to start to see more of this conversation about the smart city or the technology of the smart city begin to be talked about in the frame of the just city, which I have begun to define as where all people and communities, and especially the marginalized, have equitable and inclusive access to environments that offer the opportunities and resources to be prosperous and productive, advancing social and economic mobility and higher quality of life. And I believe design can play a role in this. And if we begin to look at it through values like reconciliation, acceptance, engagement, trust, and build that into the work of city building through land policies, regulation, financing instruments, design standards, and technology, right? Do we begin to create more equitable platforms for this technology, not just equal platforms? And I root this in the notion and reminder of the various forms of injustice that are still underlying our cities, and they're still operating around the fringes of where we see this center city technology boom happening, right? And so I use a quote by the rapper Tef Poe out of St. Louis that says, "We drive certain places in our own community after a certain time of night. We avoid suburban communities as much as possible because we fear being unjustifiably locked down and thrown into jail. In St. Louis County, all the cards are stacked against young black people. So there are some people, as we're creating the smart cities, who do not feel like they can enter those spaces safely. How are our technologies addressing those challenges, right? How are the people who are designing these technologies not only thinking about the physicality of what it means to be technologically advanced and smart, but our behaviors as human beings and the way in which xenophobia plays out in our context? How are we considering the fact that we still have deeply racially divided cities in this country? This is a map of St. Louis, where north of Del Mar is almost exclusively African American, where south is not. These lines actually have real implications for where investment is and is not, and the role of technology in terms of who it serves. Can the smart city go into a weak market city as effectively as strong market cities? I think Allison asked the question this morning of Josh. And does the technology resemble, come in the same forms in a city like Detroit, who is still suffering from a very deep and large portfolio of vacant and abandoned properties in the city? And how does technology work in a city like Kailicha outside of Cape Town in South Africa for a population of people who still have not resolved the past that is not past? How do we have conversations with this community about a futuring when their future really involves sanitation, safety, and going to a public restroom that's shared by 750 families? That's one restroom, and I should say one hole in the floor for 750 families. So we must consider the notion of justice and the smart city, I think, together if we are in fact to become a bit more inclusive and I think put our expertise to the test of actually making technology accessible for all. So I like to use David Harvey as a reminder for me to think about the remaking and reimagining of the community will work in progressive directions connected to a radical insurgent politics. As Brianna reminded us, this means that a radical project must exist. The rule making that ever constitutes community must be set against the rule breaking that makes the revolutionary transformations. So for me, what this means is I think the boldness that we've been seeing today around these technological advances that I can only imagine when I was a kid watching the Jetsons is real, right? So the future is in some ways today, even though the past hasn't passed. But the radical insurgency for me is about how do we begin to use that imaginary and that imagination and that technology to serve some of these larger systemic, deeply socially rooted problems, particularly here in the US, but globally abroad. And to me, that's what the radical project now requires. So in my work over the last several years, both in combination at the J. Mike Spahn Center and now the Just City Lab at the GSD, I've been operating under the lens of the Just City. Last year, we produced this index of 50 values under the premise that if we re-problematize issues of our cities through a value-based lens and not just through an outcome-based lens, would our outcomes actually be different? We've been testing this over the last year and have had the opportunity to travel to 3 different countries through multiple engagements representing 68 different cities and asking people to think about what are the values that they aspire to in their future city to combat some of their conditions of injustice. And just as an example, in the US, what we've been able to find when we start to aggregate some of this data regionally, that no city and no part of the region is different, and they begin to prioritize different issues. So how do we begin to use technology effectively if the West Coast, and this is particularly predominated by cities along the California shore that are about equity, resilience, and power, that are potentially different than the kind of issues that the Southwest wants to tackle, which is around identity. So when we begin to understand it through a different lens, that it's not just about housing production or mobility, but about a larger aspiration of what collective communities desire, how do we then begin to use our imagination and forms of technology to address issues on the ground in a more inclusive way? I like to remind, particularly being in the School of Architecture, that architects have been prone to think about technology, the future city, and the role of design in addressing some of these issues. Ebenezer Howard, Frank Lloyd Wright, Le Corbusier all had propositions for the city of tomorrow, all thinking about modern technologies of their day, and all thinking about the role of how these technologies and how these architectures were addressing the social challenges of their day. It's really interesting that Ilios Saarinen had a plan for Detroit because he was very prescient in seeing that there was this movement out of the city post-Fordism, and developed these really interesting and elaborate plans for the deconcentration of urban cores within the city and the role of the automobile as a means of transport to that. So as designers, I'm here to say that you have a very important role to think about in this conversation. We also have utopias that are collaborative. This is a collaboration between Buckminster Fuller and the Black feminist poet June Jordan. In Harlem, it's called Skyrise for Harlem. Here, they were thinking about how to use technological resources, or the least amount of the resources for the largest amount of people, as a way of combating issues of disinvestment and urban contamination that was happening in Harlem in 1965. Just up the road in 2016, Ingrid LaFleur ran for mayor of Detroit using an Afrofuturism theme as a part of her campaign strategy, asking a city that's 82% African American to think about a future identity and aesthetic and protocol and mandate for how to express power and use power as a way of city shaping in the city. And here is Wakanda again, and I like how we each have like a slightly different interpretation and a different image of this. I'm particularly fascinated by this image and this quote, which was in an article by Alyssa Walker from Curbed, which said, but instead of the typical tropes seen in cinematic cities of the future sleek, glass-towered, and uniform height, like Blade Runner, Wakanda shows not a master plan top-down metropolis, but a type of grassroots urbanism where the residents have customized their structures and their communities to fit their needs. I'm particularly interested in this because the production designer for Wakanda was an African-American woman, Hannah Beaker, whose father was one of a few African-American architects in the country. So her lens at looking at it through Black feminism, her lens at looking at it through crafting a narrative of how Wakanda was formed, who lived there, how daily life is embedded in this technologically advanced yet isolated space, shows up when you really do interrogate the design aesthetic that's in these images, and I think that's really interesting. So I've begun to look at the marriage of these issues through my coursework at the GSD. I teach option studios. Last spring I did an option studio called Urban Disobedience, 99 Provocations for Disrupting Injustice in St. Louis. St. Louis, as I showed you earlier, is a deeply divided city around very specific geographic boundaries, and they're very proximate. So just a few blocks away from downtown St. Louis, you have an image of decay and disinvestment. Our charge to the students was to identify specific design disruptions that aligned with specific problems in St. Louis. We were inspired by urban planner and artist Theaster Gates, who asked us to think about ourselves as designers as activists, but not in the traditional form of organizing, but in the form of how do we respond to conditions on the ground in new and progressive ways that are addressing challenges. So to riff off of JC, our first assignment was to identify 99 problems in St. Louis, which we did, and so we created a catalog of 99 problems around these 17 themes. Like, for example, for population, not only did we identify that St. Louis's population is continuing to shrink, they have the second largest population decline since 1970, second behind Detroit, but also looking at the fact that refugees need more acceptance and LGBTQ spaces are separate and very unequal. We looked at issues of housing that are residual effects of redlining and how that continues to create wounds that are unhealed within the city. we took a page out of Rebecca Solnit and looked at ways of actually overlaying some of this data to help really emphasize the polarities that happen in the city. So one person's sense of safety is another person's sense of surveillance. One person's sense of exercise through yoga is another person's sense of exercise through a more aggressive form, and the way, like boxing, and the ways in which those types of uses are systematically placed in different parts of the city. And just those juxtapositions began to give us another lens by looking at issues of equity, inclusion, investment, and even technology. The students then had to create a fairly elaborate matrix of aligning those problems with values that they assigned early in the class. And we have this elaborate index of the values and the problems that begin to give us a framework and almost like a pattern language for disrupting injustice. So just a few examples, and what I pulled from the 99 that we have, I was reminded that there were several technological projects that the students came up with directly designed to address the problems that they saw in St. Louis. So for example, this one is called Breathe Easy. It addresses the issue, the values of safety and healthiness. And it is these high efficiencies particulate air filters that are a collaboration between engineers and artists, and they're particularly placed in areas of the city that have high asthma rates and high and bad air quality. But they're also meant to be a way to elevate value in the neighborhood, take the emphasis off of vacant and distressed land, and try to create new forms of identity for those communities. This one is a project called Root Shock and Reverse. Root Shock is a trauma, urban trauma that's best been described by Mindy Fullilove, which suggests that communities that are in historically and generationally concentrated areas of poverty are mentally experiencing stresses in addition to the physical environment, the stresses of abject poverty, the stresses of lack of mobility, the stresses of school shootings, the stresses of harassments and walking to school. So this student created these digital spaces, and they're modeled after animals. And she imagined children's safe route to school. We found when we were talking to people in Detroit that there were a number of school shooting incidences and areas in the city that were very much controlled by gangs. So the stress of a 10-year-old just walking to school every day, which probably most of us can't really imagine. So she created these like fox and bears that if a student really does feel mentally stressed and doesn't know where to go, they can go talk to the fox. And so there's this networking of friendship, this networking of mental health care that are these technological spaces that are situated on safe routes to schools. This student created a billboard called Know Your Rights. So in St. Louis, there's this really interesting practice along the city and county border where there are very high incidences of police stops of African American men and African Americans, and ticketing. And ticketing for some counties is a form of revenue generation. And there was an exorbitantly high incidence of stopping blacks than stopping whites for these tickets. There are also, as you probably know, elevated amount of incidences around police brutality, stop and frisk. And so this was an app that was integrated into billboards. So as you crossed the border between St. Louis and the county and you encountered these billboards, you would get this message that would come across your radio that would tell you your rights about when a police person stops you, when they had the ability to stop you, et cetera. And then lastly, and in very much in the same vein, the downtown is a fairly vacuous space. It's a lot of vacant space, a lot of very large streets, but there are an extraordinary amount of surveillance cameras there. And in doing some research, this student found that there were police, city police surveillance cameras, county police surveillance cameras, building owner cameras, and business owner cameras. And you never know who was watching you. And depending on who you weren't even, you were completely unaware that they exist. So this student created an art installation. So one, you would know that you were being surveilled, and two, you would know who you were being surveilled by based on the color coding. And you can have a discussion about whether or not you think that creates more safety or less safety, and that was kind of his point, right? That my safety and register of safety may be different from Brianna's, and to have that conversation in full disclosure was their way of using technology. So I hope I've contributed a little bit to this conversation. I'm reminded back at Wakanda and in the same article, this great quote, which is, MLK is always the nicest road in Wakanda. And if you know the history of streets that are named after Martin Luther King in this country, they're not always in the image of what Dr. King was aspiring to. And many times, these are some of the toughest and most disinvested streets within communities. And so, but in Wakanda, it would be the nicest. And I think that's the aspiration that we're after. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Campbell. I teach in the urban planning program. And first, thanks a lot to all the speakers who came on the first snowy day of Michigan to come here. We arranged that special for you. It's really impressive. I have an impossible task, but since we're tight on time, I will do it quickly. I know that this is a time where much of the world either is having a siesta, a cup of tea, or a cocktail. So with that in mind, let me proceed. My task is to see if we can find some common themes and raise some questions, and then if we have time, Maria, come up and we will pull it. So let me go through 10 very quick points and see if I can do it. I think one of the questions is I was trying to keep track of what do you all envision what do you want from a city in the future? Is it convenience, speed, time savings, choice, freedom? If so, from what? From racism, from sexual harassment, from surveillance? Do you want protection, safety? Something qualitatively better, sociability, new public spaces, revitalized commons, greater income, richness of experience, spectacle, justice, equality, the right to the city. I'm glad that people mentioned that. And I guess for us, how does all this new technology change those lists? Do we as professions need to change that? Number two, the paradox of progress. Henry George pointed out 140 years ago this paradox of the industrial wealth and poverty, and here we are again. And not only that, but I think a more fundamental paradox of democracy and traditions. On the one hand, amazing technologies we have of communication. On the other hand, a toxic political culture. And I realize in teaching planning these days, you often have to tell the students, all the techniques I teach you presume peacetime, democracy, and a certain level of rationality. And those are heroic assumptions these days. And we know that technology does not intrinsically promote this in any better way. Three, I've been narratives of this discussion about the future, and I've been trying to figure out narratives. I hear at least 6, you'll hear others. The first one is speculative futurisms, taking current technologies and projecting them into the future. It's inductive, inventive, playful. Technologies like a seed, let's plant it and see where it goes. 2, a kind of critical view, a kind of the view of the pathologist. What kinds of problems does technology cause? Environmental problems, social justice problems, psychological problems, problems with privacy. 3, I might call it the humanist or the we shall persist. It's kind of the view that instead of because of these technologies, despite of these technologies, we will fundamentally still remain human in a good way, that we will somehow transcend and survive, not because of this technology, but despite of it. 4, and probably I've seen this more in the literature than here today, a kind of preoccupation with the symbolism of technology and the telling of allegories. And often in this discussion fixates on the symbolic characteristics of new technologies, and then through parallel association spin a tale of the future through this allegory. It can be playful, fun, but solipsistic. 5, technology is liberation, that all these technologies liberates us from the constraints of the industrial city, of the mechanical city, of the isolation of the urban city. And 6, and is Robert Fishman here? He would sympathize this one, the skeptical historical stance of basically saying, this is interesting, but we've all been here before. The telegraph was supposed to transform things, the television, and so on. Don't get too excited, carried away. In fact, there's a kind of reassurance here that this is kind of a buffer to future shock. We've been down this pathway before, and so we will survive this again. A 4th theme I would call new players, and I think particularly hearing about Google Labs and others is realizing is that there are all these new players that have arrived to do city building. Private players. Now, this is not new. Planning and design and architecture have always been porous, and many people have done our work who haven't trained in our fields, but I think this is growing dramatically. On the one hand, it's great. We have new ideas, new materials, a lot of new capital in this field, new people, but on the other hand, it raises questions about who controls the city building process. Will it be public? What's the continued role of government? And I think those are hard questions that we need to continue to ask. 5, public versus private. Someone, I think, mentioned a nostalgic view of we know where the public ends and the private begins, and Jane Jacobs is reassuring because we know where the sidewalk ends and your house begins. I think planners are always having to deal with the blurring of public and private. It always changes, and now it particularly does that. Where is the boundary between the public and private? Who owns the data? I think that's our field. Those boundaries are blurry. We've always battled questions over public ownership, and we have to do that even more. I'm halfway there. 6, I think particularly Michael Bell's talk in particular, but others reminded me, I would call it unexpected technological spillovers into city building. And that the power of technological change to make us rethink things that we think are fixed, and in this case, the single-family house as a place you accumulate through a 30-year mortgage savings. And the idea that your house is going to be a giant battery and a giant solar collector is fascinating. Hopefully it won't catch fire. But I think that that's one of the thrilling things to come out of this is all these things that we have thought of as fixed and immutable are actually fungible and tangible, shapeshifters, you might say. 7, let's call this the preoccupation with metaphors of invention and innovation. I grew up in Palo Alto, so I was kind of steeped in all this. On the one hand, this preoccupation with language of innovation, of test beds, of factories, of laboratories is exciting, but it makes me uneasy. Do we really think it'll lead to a fundamentally better city? I think we can all agree that cities contain laboratories, contain factories, computers, they contain test beds and workshops, but a city is not a laboratory, a city is not a test bed, a city is not an innovative workshop. And I think when we conflate a city with these limiting analogies, we forget what a city is really about. Which begs the question, okay, Campbell, define what a city it is. And I'm going to cowardly punt on that, but turn that into a point. I think part of the reason why we keep coming back to cities is, and part of its allure is we can't define what a city is. Does anyone have a completely satisfactory definition of what a city is? Maybe Mumford comes close, but I think that's part of the complexity and the allure of a city, and so sorry for that punt. Couple more. 8. I think we're in a way today we're continuing a long tradition of urban futures, and this is the next era of it. And I think what have we learned often from this mismatch of what we hope for versus what we get? And as others have said today, society is messy. People misbehave. Rationality is often a heroic assumption that the best environments still lead to bad behavior. And high tech doesn't always neuter and calm down the baser instincts of hate, of violence, of ignorance, of tribalism, of mistrust. And I think also in this rush into the future, yet again, are we forgetting that we already actually know a lot about existing technologies and designs, and the kinds of cities that are livable and the kinds of cities are not. So in this rush into the future, let us not forget these things. Point 9, I'll call the tyranny of convenience. We all want to be convenient. We all threaten to cancel Amazon Prime, but boy, is it nice. And I think so often there's the sense of we have this impatience to make things more convenient, and so much of at least the smart cities discussion seems to privilege convenience. But to be honest, inconvenience is probably not the major ill of the city. Violence, injustice, poverty are, but it's not inconvenience. I think convenience, or its first cousin, optimization, is appealing. It's easy to measure, it's easy to test in the consumer marketplace, but it's hopefully not the goal for everything. It is for some. We want energy efficient housing, we want efficient water systems, we hopefully want efficient transportation systems. But I think it was Jane Jacobs who looked at the economy of cities and said, there's the marvelous inefficiencies of cities. We don't move to cities for convenience. And the last point, which is, I think strategically, Rob Goodspeed and others said, we're not putting the word smart cities in our title. But most speakers have felt compelled to talk about smart cities. It's the kind of ghost that hovers over the room, so let's deal with it. I think for some, it evokes a stereotypical image that those advocates of smart cities are clever but naive. They're arrogant tech bros, and a former tech bro myself, I can use that term, and that they can solve the city and move away social scientists and planners, let the smart people solve this. So I think we have a few choices. We can reject the term, but that's dangerous because others will use it. We can reclaim it. We can redefine it, attach sustainable, just, eco, and wise to it. I guess my own point is don't get tripped up by the smart city term. Don't create it as a kind of straw man and battle it like Don Quixote battling windmills. It's a powerful enough term that we have to deal with, even if it's not in the title. Sorry to run long. Maria.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, all the panelists. We are in this difficult decision to make. We are over time, so I should be inviting Jonathan to this difficult job of being in between yourselves and the happy hour downstairs. If there is any burning question, we may take a question. I'll also suggest that we are going to have some time downstairs, and you may have an opportunity to mingle and discuss with the speakers any burning comment that you may have. But if there is someone that needs to go, there is not going to be time. We can maybe entertain just one quick question. Otherwise, okay, I see that everybody can hold a little bit of time. Then I'll have Dean Jonathan Massey concluding the session, and we'll see each other downstairs so that we can have a little bit of relaxing time. Thank you, Jonathan.
Hell yes to that. Thank you to the organizers of the symposium and to all the presenters and audience members who contributed your thoughts, your insights, your challenges and questions. In thinking, reflecting on how to wrap this thing up, I pulled together a few observations. The presentations and discussions today described the stakes of technologically enabled urban change. And they outlined a complex, multidimensional space of possibility for architects, urban planners, and urban designers. I particularly appreciated the combination of critical knowledge with action-oriented strategy, thinking with doing in recursive loops that created complex interactions between those two modalities that are always at the center of what we do here at Taubman College. Our speakers issued a number of challenges. Scott talked about this. Reimagine the city as platform, testbed, lab, and factory. Synthesize strategies in design and construction with planning and data to integrate urban development. Address weak as well as strong market cities. Learn from history to project inclusive urban imaginaries. Take corporate-driven change as a provocation to strengthen governance. Use geospatial information to empower civic and community decision makers. Deploy gameful urban mechanics to prototype equitable development. Build parks that manage infrastructural challenges. Secure universal basic income by designing energy asset houses. Put people before cars. Plan just cities. And build Wakanda. Now it's your turn. In your work as students, faculty, and practitioners, it's your turn to cultivate the knowledge and capacities to address these challenges, to design urban futures that deploy technology in service of equitable benefit. It's your turn to shape future cities. Following up on this symposium, I will call on the Taubman College community to shape future curricula adequate to the possibility space described today. So here are 3 questions I ask you to consider as we move on from this symposium. How can we here at Taubman College prepare architects, designers, and planners to put technological innovation at the service of equity and justice? How can we remix and grow our expertise to empower the next generation of city makers? And how can we leverage the capacities of the world's finest public research university, yes, to build better futures? Thank you.